Hello Twitch, I am Jared Capel and I'm here to stream the Midwest Matchplay Showdown held in Warrenville, Illinois at the home of Sid. The first two rounds are in the books. Mack and Noah both won 2 games, and for that reason, the winner of this set will win the entire $600 first prize. We will see many games today. I'm not sure how many I'll be hosting, but I'll at least be with you for the first several. And good morning to everyone in the chat. I see my friend Bonehead. How you doing, Mike? And Ainsley, hello. We still have an image of the last board. I guess they haven't even cleared it off. But the players will be taking their seats. We will be watching table one, which will be Mack versus Noah. They were the two top seeds coming in, so maybe to no one's surprise, they both won their first round 6-2, and then in the second round, Noah won 6-3. The other match is between Josh and Sid, both sitting with 12 losses, having lost both their first two sets. We're playing rounds best of 11, so you got to win 6 games in order to win your match. Hi Ray, welcome to the chat. Mack, Meller, Ms. A lot of M's written there. Mack Meller is related to the rapper Mac Miller, the late rapper. They both dated Ariana Grande, I was told, so we got a celebrity in the house. It is early o'clock here in Toronto, so excuse me if I'm not quite at my sharpest point yet, but we will wake up together. If you are awake this early, thank you for joining us. If you've been catching the action so far this weekend, let me know what I missed, because I saw a few of the games Friday night and 1 or 2 Saturday morning, but I didn't see the rest. I spoke to the players just now before we went live. They updated me on a bit of what I missed, but tell me how the games went, who's playing well, what you think, what you'd like to see from the commentary. I'll do my best to explain things at a level that everyone can understand, but if there's any questions you have, just let me know. They're trying to see who's going to go first. Looks like Noah picked out an R. I don't see if Max picked a tile. Yeah, Josh, I think everything sounds good. Does everyone else able to hear me? Somebody respond, give us a thumbs up. No one's answered yet. Okay, good. Thanks, Mike. Their clocks don't seem to have the paper in the right spot to know whose clock is who, but I think we'll be able to figure that out for now. Maybe I'll just see if I can send a quick text through Twitch. It looks like they're going to begin, and Noah is drawing first. So good game to all 4 players. Wishing everyone luck. I've been told this is the strongest field in North American Scrabble history, so you will be seeing the best of the best. Don't be intimidated by these weird words. We'll try and talk you through them and explain the strategy so that even if you don't know these strange words, you can apply some of the skills and strategies to your own game. And right after I said that Noah was going first, it shows that I'm wrong. It'll be Mac going first. He's looking at a bingo rack. And so we're going to start with some fireworks, folks. There are 3 bingos in that rack. Mac, as the expert wordsmith that he is going to know all 3 of them, and he'll take some time to figure out which one is going to leave the least for Noah to play through. He set up session on his rack, C-E-S-S-I-O-N, which is the act of ceding, to give up. The first one I had seen was cosines, a math term, so that's a more common word. But he is going to start with session. It does take an S, so that's something to consider. The word oskines does not, but that would have put the S on the star, which is not something he's going to want to do. He's going to take a 74-point lead. But right away, Noah comes back with the bingo Telford. As we see the first blank of the day get played. So I'm already messing up my quackling by trying to play Mack's first word horizontally when he played it vertically. So just give me a second to catch up on my tracking. And that bingo scored 94. So there's a few things I'm doing as I'm also commentating. So excuse me if I'm a bit delayed. Okay, I do see the scores on the screen. We'll look at Mack's next rack now, close to a word like loggered. And loggered will play. So now he has to decide which E he wants to play it through. So the L is going to be hung into the triple lane, and it's probably not going to matter too much. He's going to play it over here to the right, and the reason probably for that is that he's going to get a couple more points because the R is placed on the triple letter score. So 3 bingos to start, and quite quickly, Noah has himself a good rack. Kind of an ugly rack, to be honest, but when you can score that many points with liquor, it doesn't quite matter. Thanks, Josh. Hello, everyone. Hey, it's Jackson. Welcome to the chat. Too bad you're not playing in this event. Let me quickly update the scores. If you see I'm forgetting to update the scores, just try and give me a shout. Noah's leading 169 to 138. One thing with liquor is you can extend that with front extensions such as B liquor. So that's something we're going to want to keep an eye on. Noah already has the B on his rack. Mack quite quickly has set up Jape. You can see the big scoring spot next to the O of session, and he can play down from there. When you have that J, you want to look for open O's, especially if the tile next to the O is multiplier square. You can also play Jape for a lot of points above Telford, and that is where he's going to play it. It makes sense. It scores more, and Jape would have hung below session would have hung an E next to a multiplier score. So even though the J is in the triple lane here, it's not as dangerous as some players might think, because there's no multiplier squares to go with it. Looking at Noah's rack, he still has those 2 I's, but he did draw 5 consonants to go with them. Mack has now taken the lead. It's up to 184 to 169. Noah is going to look and see if there's a spot for his Z and try and clean up some of the duplication. He's not going to want to keep both I's. That B and the G are not tiles he's really going to want to hang on to too long. Oh yeah, you want to keep the B for B liquor. That's right. I already pointed that out. So he is going to use his S. He could have saved the S and played something like Zing, like we see Cesar suggest in the chat, but he is going to play it. Does score well. He'll put him over 200 points already. After 3 turns, we are already over 200. Looking over at Mack's rack now as the game moves quite quickly. He has a V, duplicate T's. Those are a bit of a problem. Both players have lots of time, Mack with a bit less. I'm not seeing anything coming down from the J. That would be the first place you might look. Without that, you might play something like Maven through the A and Loggered. You can't overlap the P and J, so that's going to stop you. You can't underlap the Z. Is there anything from the D to the triple? You can see, looking from the D and Logger to the triple, there's a double letter score and then the triple word score. So if you were able to hit both, you could really score well, but nothing's going to really play there. Josh is playing Ainsley, so he's playing on the board in the background. You can see a bit of Sid's face on the left side of the screen, beside Noah, and across from him would be Josh. He's not showing up on camera. Instead, behind Mack, we have some sort of strange art print. So we can look at that art print and pretend it's Josh. Just pretend it's a lot taller. So Maven can be spelled either M-A-V-I-N or M-A-V-E-N. You'd want to keep the E more often than not. That's still the play I'm thinking of. Does anyone see anything more appealing here? He has now lined it up. I think part of the problem is that he's keeping two T's. Perhaps that's the holdup. Maybe he's still looking to see if there's anything better. Glancing over to Noah's rack, we see he did draw that E. So expect the liquor to come down unless he has perhaps a bingo. Okay, Josh is watching. Jackson would play Matten, not Maven, to get rid of the duplicate T's, I guess. So the difference there would be a leave of TET versus TVE. I think they're pretty close. I would go with Maven. Okay, now Jackson would too. I'm not quite sure how Josh is able to watch the stream while he's playing a tournament game, but double T's rule, I wouldn't say that, but the V is so ugly that you might as well score a bit more, and the T's more bingo prone, so. They say the one tile you wouldn't mind duplicating is the F. Two F's are stronger than one. I think no other tile has that phenomenon from word studies done by players like Kenji, who was commentating earlier in the tournament. And finally, Maven does come down. Mack used a lot of clock when us experts in the chat here had decided to just play quicker. And then quite quickly, Noah does what we had already expected and plays Belicker. So Noah's taken a nice lead here, 264 to 210. He's up about the amount of a very small bingo. And so a nice start for Noah, continuing to score really well. He's over 60 points a turn already through 4 turns. And he drew into Copilot. But does Copilot have a spot? Yeah, there's an S in sessions that is very unlikely to get blocked. So unless, is there something down from the J? So Mack only has one vowel. That's really going to hurt him here. Neath would look like a good play. You get the H hitting the multiplier, and that would score 32. Yeah, Politico is an anagram of Copilot, but where are they going to play if Mack plays something on that left side of the board? Like if he were to play Neath, I think both get blocked. So he does have Neath set up on the right side of his rack. Mack likes to set up the word he's going to play beforehand. It does come down. Yeah, that is sit in the background, Cesar. Oh, Politico played through the eye. Excuse me. And Noah finds it instantly. Take an even bigger lead. The score now, as I'll update it for you, is 334 to 242. Whoops. You gotta love this feature they've added for this tournament, where the camera goes as they spin the board. Looks quite seamless. Almost looks like the table's rotating, not the board. Mack finally has a balanced rack. It's been a few turns since we could say that, but Quackle is not showing us any bingos. The third place game is in the background, yeah, between Sid and Josh. So they're both out of the running for the money, but they will be playing for rating and for interest. And if the Mack and Noah match ends early, we might even get to see some Sid and Josh games later on. So Mack might want to leave that O in the triple lane open. Maybe he can open a new dangerous spot on the board. Again, there's nothing down from that J to the bingo, to the triple line, the triple square, I should say. So a lot of people think when a J comes in the triple line, it's super dangerous. And at the lower levels, it definitely is. At the higher levels, it's not as dangerous as you might think. We really like spots where you can hit a multiplier and then hit another one that'll multiply the word. And the J is a bit hard to work with. There aren't that many longer words with J. So if it has to be at least 5 letters, or 4 if it's going to sort of end with J, like a word like Hajj, it's much harder to think than people realize. Looks like Mack's looking at the very high scoring burlap, which is a nice find. Nice common word. Quit. Yeah, that's a nice option. It does leave the ABLE, which is a very nice letter combination, and also with an R. He definitely could do that and not break up this nice rack. But it looks like Mack is thinking about taking the points here. Quit. It's showing how clever Jackson is. A lot of players might miss something like that. And Noah has used practically no clock as he finally hits that J, and he's going to hit it big. We all saw Kanji Matsumoto do his commentating earlier in the tournament. And here, just one letter off from Kenji is Kanji. And Mack is going to, Noah's going to play that quite quickly. Go over 100 with the lead here. And he's only used 2 minutes and 5 seconds of clock, which is very impressive, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on Mack. Now, both these players are two of the fastest players in the world. They can handle the time crunch, but the less time you have, the less time you have to think. And at these high levels, you're going to need all the faculties you can get. Quit remains an option here, but he's going to want to get rid of more of the ugly tiles. And that's going to come with the word Dottie. But if you look over to Noah's rack, he has drawn the other blank. And if the game wasn't over already, it's sure looking over now. Hello, 95 Horatio. Welcome to the chat. One of our top chess streamers. That is a sick word. I'll give people a bit more time to find it. I let the computer program show it for me. Noah is an excellent anagrammer. We'll see if he's able to find it. There's only one bingo available. It's not a very high scoring bingo. It is a food sort of word, not a food itself, but related to food. A nice little hint for people. As Noah thinks, I'll let people here think, and I'm going to put some definitions in the chat for some of the words we've seen so far today. Dottie is the pet, kind of a strange word there. Let's see what Telford means. System of aerial cable cars. Politico is a bit more common, but always interesting to see how the computer defines it. Someone holding political views, that's what I would have thought. If Noah's not able to bingo here, he's probably not going to want to break up the rack too much because he's very close to a bingo. He also probably would want to play something through the O in Politico because he's not going to want to leave that triple lane. So when I say triple, I'm referring to the two red squares surrounding the O in Politico. If you can get an 8-letter word that connects those two squares, your play is worth ×3 and again ×3, so for a total of ×9. And that would be the only way at this point that Mack can get back into the game quickly. So if Noah can't find his bingo here, just taking out that line should be enough to keep his hold on victory here, especially knowing that he has that last powerful blank. So missing the bingo would be a bit of a hit here, but as long as he takes out that spot, I think you can justify his play. Peeking over to Mack's rack, he's a bit more balanced than he had been, but it's not going to bingo through that O. If the B was in a different spot, he could play handbags. I'm sure he's already seen that. Yeah, and Ray in the chat has seen that too. Oh, and I think Noah has found the bingo. I thought he would. What an anagrammer. Chow time was the word that Jackson found quite quickly and Noah eventually finds. And Matt can do nothing but a bit of a eyebrow raise to say, yep, this one has not gone my way. When your opponent has hit 454 points and has only played 7 turns, there's really nothing you can do about it. As I update the score for you. So chow time should be pluralized. Chow time being an event, a meal time. So he could play hangs. That would be very obvious. Leave AD, which is a nice leave. I'm not really sure what else he could think about here. There's basically no chance for him to get back into this game. He might want to conserve a bit of brain power here and just sort of play this one out. That's not really his style. I think he's going to try and think of any last tactic he can. But after some thought, we're going to see hangs come down. So it brings him up to 363, down about 90 points, which this late in the game is difficult, and it's going to be even harder after Noah underlaps 5 tiles for 62 points. I think Noah has played perfectly so far. When you're just finding top words, a player like Noah is going to be able to do that without much thought. Davy's going to come down, like our friend Davy Crockett. Yeah, the per turn average, Josh, I've been mentioning it all game. It is just too much for Mack to handle in this one. Noah's looking very relaxed and happy here. They got a lot of money on the line, a lot of pride, a few laughs still coming. It's early in the day, they both know it. Someone's gonna have to get to 6 wins. I think we're gonna see it go back and forth. Both of them did manage to beat up a bit on Sid and Josh, but as the two top seeds, they know that this is what it all comes down to. Doesn't matter the total number of wins, it matters the total number of won sets. And here with a 115-point lead and no tiles left in the bag, Noah just has to find an out in 2 sequence, and he will. He'll play Frowner. We'll see how much time Mack will spend on this rack, knowing that the game is over and that spread doesn't really matter. Just XCD parallel to Frowner would be nice. That was added a few years ago, X'd as in to X something out, to cross something out. It's going to score more than anything else on the board. It'll leave 4 tiles on his rack, which will get added to Noah's score, but there's nothing he can do about that. So hopefully he'll play it out quickly so we can get to a more interesting game. This was a nice high-scoring game. It moved fast. It definitely woke me up because, as I mentioned, it is early o'clock here in Toronto. If you're watching from the West Coast, it would be even earlier. They started at 8:30 a.m. Chicago time, which sounds too early for me. They did ask me if I wanted to play this tournament, but too many games for me. The thought of 14 games a day, not appealing to me. Others may disagree. I know these guys would have played even more. But upwards of 33 games from Friday night to Sunday night is quite the feat. Thank you to Sid for putting on this event, and I think Sid deserves a lot of credit for facing the toughest field anyone's ever faced in North American Scrabble history. It hasn't gone his way yet, falling 6-2 in both the first 2 rounds, but it does take a lot of courage to face such a field. And even though I haven't seen much of it, I know in the last Matchplay event, he played quite well. And Noah quickly plays out after Max played X, like I expected. And the final score here is 567 to 443. So the first game of the day, and we already have a total of over 1,000 for combined score. That is not something you see very often, but with players like this, it's not much of a surprise. Before the stream started, they were both a bit hard on their word knowledge, saying that they'd lost a couple challenges, which wasn't like them. Mack feels a bit rusty. Noah's been playing a bit more often, so is probably a bit sharper at the moment, but you can never count a player like Mack out. Right now, they're doing a bit of post-mortem, which is when the game's over and they're discussing what could have been done on different turns, what their thought process was. Some players enjoy doing this. Others might think they're giving away too much, but you can also learn a lot, and it's just a nice time to discuss with friends. And even though you might be giving a bit away to your opponent, you might also be learning a lot that can help. Both players seem to be in good spirits for such an early time. You can see a coffee next to Mack. I don't think Noah drinks coffee, but he has that enthusiasm that will always keep him energetic. Before the stream started, we could hear him in the background singing. And having spent a few days with him in Montreal a couple months ago, I remember him singing most of the day. Heads, yeah, or just some cocaine. Anything to wake you up in the morning. Both players should be tested for steroids. It's Definitely something we should be adding to our game. Get the cheaters out of the game. No more steroids. Anyone who's too jacked or too smart is going to be tested first. So you can lead me to the last of the line. We are up to 13 viewers, so not too many yet, but like I said, it's early. If everyone was 2-1, Cesar, it would then go to total wins, and I think they have a third tiebreaker too, but it's not possible for everyone to go 2-1 now that Noah and Mack are both 2-0, and Sid and Josh are both 0-2. So the winner of this set will win it all. I guess spread would be the third tiebreaker. The corked racks, yeah. And the pine tar that they're putting on their glove. Baseball did a lot recently to try and get rid of some of that cheating, and we saw some pitchers have worse seasons than would have been expected. It'll be interesting as technology gets better, and maybe people can keep some sort of sensor in their ear, or like that Google Glasses, like, and how technology affects live Scrabble and other events. But at this time, that's not a problem, at least from my understanding of technology. And welcome Joel to the chat. We have a lot of experts, so please give your opinion on what should be played on different racks. It's not easy criticizing or commentating players who play so near perfectly so often. You can see Josh. Somebody was asking if Josh was there. He just popped through the screen quickly. Two different baseballs. I didn't hear that. Sports are all very sketchy. Football had the deflated balls controversy. I know it often depends if you're playing at home or away and who the equipment manager is, but there's so much money in sports, it leads to a lot of pressure to win, which leads to people being more likely to cheat. Thankfully in Scrabble, there's not that much money on the line, although we still have had our fair of cheaters. I'm going to save this game in Quackle and start a new one. Hopefully the players will clear the board soon and get on to game 2. We have a long slate of games today. As I said, they're playing a best of 11. I'm not quite sure how many I'm commentating. They haven't told me that yet. They just pay me the big bucks, and I sit here and share my knowledge with you guys. I'm trying to do 3 things at once. Update Quackle, update the score, stay up to date on chat, see what's going on in the action, and try to throw a few tidbits and maybe even a bit of humor your way. The players are now clearing the board. We'll be on to game 2. I think they're rotating first, which would mean that Noah would be going first. I believe the player who goes first typically wins about 55% of the time, so it is a fairly decent advantage. Thank you for joining Josh's Axer Typo stream. It's always appreciated if you subscribe or send him a few dollars to thank him for all this free coverage he sends our way. It's always nice to see both players smiling. Noah's been laughing all day. If the tiles turn, we'll see if that smile remains, but I think it probably will. These players just love to play Scrabble, and it really shows on their faces. Mack's looking over the other board. Looks like something funny's going on there. Oh, and now I see it's a Mario drawing in the background, which would explain Sid's newest profile picture on cross tables. Noah sees 2 eyes to start. A third eye comes down. He's not going to like that. He will be exchanging. I didn't see his whole rack, but it looked like 3 or 4 eyes and a couple of U's maybe, and an N. That's what I'm going to enter it as. Left IN, which makes sense. It has nice synergy. By synergy, we mean tiles that work well together. So IN is a nice letter combination that will show up in many words. It also leaves 1 consonant and 1 vowel, which is nicely balanced. Mack has 3 scoring tiles. So this is a bit tricky to work with. Scoring tiles are nice when you have 1 of them, or especially when you have a spot for them. It's a bit harder when you have 3. He's looking to play packs, which would make sense. Leaving QJ is something that nobody's going to want to do. But it scores so many points, I don't think you can consider an exchange. But he might be. Because QJ is really hard to work with. This is one of those plays that would be nice to sim on Quackle, ask what Quackle would want to do. I'm going to start a sim now. The early results in the sim is that a jar is the best play, leaving PQX. Through about 200 iterations, Quackle likes that about 10 points better than what Mack chose to do. Although I do think what Mack chose to do, especially considering Noah's exchange, which Quackle did not consider, has some merit. When I talk about simulations, the computer program, okay, I think Noah exchanged again. I didn't see what his rack was, but so he had INER and I don't know. And then, sorry, I'm behind. Mack gets his first bingo of the game down with Parerja. Is that a disease? Anyone know? Let's find out in the chat. Oh, a piece of work. And quite quickly, we see the second bingo of the game come down to writing. We know what that one means. So as I was saying with the simulations, the computer will try different plays. So for example, the play of a jar, or the play of packs, or the play of the exchange that Mack made, and then it'll run through the game playing against itself, and it'll do this hundreds, even thousands of times, and at the end it'll say which play was most likely to lead to a win, and it'll assign a value. So the computer program, even though I stopped it at 200 simulations in order to keep up with the events, did like a jar about 10 points better. The J is really hard to work with and wanted to get rid of it. But leaving that Q, X, is not so appealing. And I think that's what Mack was thinking. So what is Mack looking at here? Pneumatic, I guess, is a double-double. That's different than the word pneumatic. He also has item over top of deriding. Now that would leave, 3 consonants, but it would score the most out of any of his available plays. It scores 3 more than pneumatic, and it also does take out that triple lane. So a bit of a decision here for Max, as both plays have their merit. You could also look at minced, leaving TI that we just said was synergistic, or we said IN, but IT also would be. He's going to take the points here, take out the nice scoring spot. That looks reasonable. I think that's what I might have lent to. CNT, even though it is 3 consonants, still a decent leave. They work well together. Noah almost has the word oxalate, but that's spelled with two A's, not two O's. So he's going to have to find something else. And how about latex next to Parergia? When you have a rack like that, you look at the X and you look where can it fit. And next to the E in Parergia, to the right of it, and then what you want to do is work your way up and down, trying to find the longest word you can. And in this case, the longest one I'm looking at is latex. It does leave two O's, which is pretty ugly, but perhaps with the 5 tiles he draws, he could work out of that. If you were to play shorter with something like X or Lex, it would just score less and it would still have a pretty weak leave. So I would think he would play longer there. Other spots for the X might be below MI to form mix. He's definitely going to want to play the X here. When you have a rack like this, you're trying to both score and build towards a bingo rack. So getting rid of tiles like OXO, for example, if he had a good spot to play that word, would really play to his advantage. Oh, thank you, John. I will start adjusting the scores. It is 63 to 123 right now in Mack's favor. There comes latex down. Thank you, guys. I did update the score. Luckbach Lind, at one point you were signed up for this event. Why did you choose not to play? Inspiring minds want to know. I'm going to see cantrips come down. That is a bingo. Got to stay up to date with the proceedings as these players find plays so quickly, especially as they're thinking on the other player's clock. The score now is 193 to 109 in Mack's favor, so we see quite a big lead early. Hopefully in a future broadcast, the score can be updated a bit more automatically because it is sort of hard to keep track of both. Let me know how I'm doing. This next play is looking pretty obvious to me. It would be through the ER of item and deriding. A lot of lower rated players don't look through two letters that are already on the board. They try and just look from one. But in this case, if you put the Z before on that nice juicy multiplier square, you can go all the way down to the double word score. And I'll try and give people a bit of time to find that. There's also that nice spot next to RE where the Z would fit nicely if he were able to overlap. So again, when you have those big tiles, look for this, the big multiplier squares, especially when you can go in two directions. Next to the A in cantrips, if he was able to go down, like if OT was a word, he could play zoo down from there. Lynn is telling us why he couldn't play in the tournament. Oh, he doesn't have a car. Yeah, Josh is definitely a good choice for this event. This is definitely a tough field to go against if you're not at your sharpest, even if you are at your sharpest. Very intimidating talent in this field. Must be nice to have more top players coming to Chicago, like Sid, especially that he's hosting events. He said he's going to be hosting a non-match play event in the spring or summer, and I would like to come to that one. Mack is now looking at a fair number of vowels. As he sets up oily on his rack, he could play that parallel to zeroing downwards. Is there anywhere else he could play that? Oh, he could also play noily, I guess, but he's going to want to hang on to the end. Yeah, I'm glad you'll be there for the non-match play event. Hopefully he'll do it sooner rather than later. On Memorial Day. For us Canadians, what time of the year is Memorial Day? Is that like Labor Day that we call it, like early September? That would be fun. Oh, late May. Okay. Yeah, that would be fun. I'm hoping to make it to Albany, which is in a few weeks. Are other people coming to that? I'm hoping to play more tournaments than I have in the past, although I did just get the email of when the North American Championships are going to be, and I have a good friend's wedding that day. I won't be there. I didn't see Doily, so Oily takes a lot of front hooks, and that is where Mack will play it. Looks perfectly reasonable. Brings him up to 219. Noah's drawn another blank, so that is nice for him to see and what he needed to sort of get into this game. But what he didn't want to see is that UVW combination. Uh, Pretty much as ugly as you can get in this game. He's going to play Vow. He doesn't have the A. Mack has two of them. But that makes perfect sense. It opens the lane. He has the blank. He has to be aggressive. And BUT blank isn't looking very good on this board, but he did break up that VUW combination that's just so hard to work with. Mack right away sees that the duplicate AE on his rack is a big part of the problem. He has innate set up. That's a very strange word, but it will score 28. And so he does take the avow hook that was set up. And that's not as problematic for Noah as it could be because it will open up lanes on both sides of the board. And with that blank, he does want bingo lanes, and there wasn't much available except for from Paw. So Noah unfortunately has drawn another U. That was the last thing he wanted with this rack. The score now is 247 to 190. And there is one bingo available. Do people find it? I should be trying to find them myself instead of just looking right to Quackle, but as I was entering the rack, I hit generate choices, a nice feature on Quackle. It's not a letter you would typically think to make the blank, although when you have two U's, it's definitely a tile you might think about. It does play in that lane that Mack opened up after E8. I hope I'm pronouncing that word right. Yeah, Ray's found it. Bouquet, bouquet of flowers. A nice French word, although this tournament's being played in Chicago, unlike the last one I commentated, which was in Montreal. If Jackson's in the chat, let me know how your French studies are going. Are you fluent yet? Tu comprends moi? Question mark. That's about as well as I can do. I don't think Noah's seen it yet, and if he doesn't, it will be a big miss. He's down 57. He wants to bingo right away. Anything else would be extremely suboptimal. There are some turns where missing a bingo won't be so costly. This is not one of them. He needs to find it now, and he has 12 and a half minutes. And I think he is just, no, it looked like he was setting it up. We want to see him reach for that blank slip to be circling the Q. If he doesn't, at the very least, he's going to have to get rid of one of the U's, but he's not going to want to just drop a U for a couple points. Oh, and he's exchanging. Okay, so he missed that bingo. It's the first miss of the day, I would say, by either player. And it's an extremely costly one. So Mack had too many vowels again, but he's able to score with them with the word Q. He doesn't look to block. And that's reasonable. Leaving earn, E-A-R-N, is going to play very nicely for him. Not often you see Noah miss a very makeable word like bouquet, but it might actually be okay for him because he's going to be able to score quite well here. He's drawn the second blank. He can make one of them a U, make a word like bouquet. So it'll score a bit more than his last bingo would have. Bring it back into the game. It'll be essentially a tie. He will find bouquet. I would be quite shocked if he doesn't. This one is easier to see than the last one would have been. I believe it's another French word. Noah does speak a bit of French, and he has reached for that challenge slip. So that slip is where you identify what the blanks are being assigned as. Oh, thanks, Josh. I'm trying to update it as often as I can. I have like 4 windows open, and I'm trying to keep up with the action. It's a 3-point lead in Mack's favor, and he also has a turn, which we would say he also has tempo. So even though the game's essentially tied, he is in a commanding position. By commanding, I should say he's in a slightly better position. He's not in a hugely commanding position. Commanding was the wrong word. What is nice for Mack is that he's very close to a bingo. If he were able to get rid of one of the A's and replace it with pretty much any other tile, he'd be very happy. With the duplicate A's, he's going to have to find a way to score while still leaving well. These are some of the toughest racks in Scrabble to work with because you don't want to break up the rack because you're so close to a bingo, and yet if you only play off 1 or 2 tiles, you don't score a lot. So I think he's looking to play the word RIA, R-I-A, one of those strange words, but a very common word in Scrabble. Takes the front A for area. And there it goes. So it fits very nicely, forming iris, nil, and gay. How about that for a nice insertion, as we would call it? I hadn't even taken time to see where it might play, but that is a nice find for anyone. Sorry, guys, I'm still sort of half asleep. I hope I'm giving you nice commentary. I've updated the score instantly, even if Josh doesn't like it. I look at Noah's rack and I'm thinking he's close to words like film goer or flamingo. Gloom, maybe he's feeling gloomy about missing that bingo. Where are any of these words going to fit? He could form oka and mun, but can he hit that double letter score above the I in bouquet? I haven't seen it yet. So gloom is looking reasonable. No? Okay, so he will use that spot and leave limb. I was looking at gloom forming pall as in a pallbearer, but it does leave a very dangerous hook. The S hook, that is. So I can see why he chose this. Mack, again, is just 1 tile off, probably, from a bingo. I say that without having checked. But that duplicate N is looking problematic. In Scrabble, we do not like duplicate tiles. Just makes it harder to form words. And that's what happens when you play 3 tiles instead of 1 or 2, is it just makes it harder to have that balanced rack to be able to bingo. Because he scored so well with Rien, it's such a beautiful play, it was looking like the right move, but it once again leaves him just off from the bingo. And he's going to have a similar thought as he did on the last turn. So we know that Mack likes to set up the word he plans to play on the side of his rack before it comes down. So in this case, it looks like the word new. So he's looking to play short again, maybe being frustrated that he keeps being just off from his bingo. He could play pawn and new. He does have an S. It would set up his S. Looking in the tile pool bag, there are 2 S's unseen to him. So with 30 unseen tiles, it's very reasonable for him to think that Noah could or could not have an S. Let's think if Noah's recent plays gave him any indication. The last play of Oof wouldn't really spell out if he had an S or not. Could just be trying to clear off some O's. So Mack has a big decision here. These turns where you're scoring few points are actually the hardest turns. Yeah, I think people are getting pumped just in general. NWL Scrabble is just such a wonderful game with these tight decisions. I love these low scoring turns, even though they're difficult. I think they're what separate the grades. And Max still hasn't made up his mind. Now he's pulled NED. Maybe he's thinking of extending paw to pond. I was saying earlier how a lot of lower rated players don't think about extensions. This is a rather obvious extension, but oh, thank you, Josh, in the chat for telling Sue J. Werder how to find the results. So far, Mack and Noah have been off to a very hot start. Mack has a slight lead in this game after Noah missed Bouquet. And he's trying to hold on to tie this set. The winner of this set will be the winner of the tournament. And there comes Pond. The score, which I haven't updated, is now 324 to 299. So he's up about a turn. It's a very even game. Noah's been thinking for a few minutes and quickly plays jail, but spelt that Irish way, which will give him a 1-point lead by Quackle's math. It's always possible the players' math themselves is a bit off from what we're seeing. They could do a recount at some point, but they're both very strong at math, so I would be surprised if their score was off. Mack has drawn a second S. His rack is looking much more appealing than Noah's, and as we wind down this game, I think that puts Mack, especially having the tempo being his turn, and having a much nicer rack, I think he's in a pretty commanding position. Once again, I'm misusing that word, but that's okay. Oh, and it's Josh's mother in the chat. Hi, Sue. Josh isn't happy about his results, but it is his first time in Chicago, so that's got to be fun. And how could you not have fun playing with such a nice crew like this? We see Josh walking back to his seat. I think him and Sid might be starting their next game, so I think Josh might be out of the chat for now. Mack had Bush on his rack instantly. Now he's looking at Hub. He might not want to tell to Noah that he has a couple S's. He might want to set up his S. So if he plays Hub beneath the E and Enate, it sets up the S hook. There would be 1 unseen to him. Yeah, Noah and Mack are in the lead. So what's happened right now is they're playing each a best of 11, and they're playing a round robin. So they'll play 3 best of 11s. So in the first best of 11, Mack has won both of his first 2 rounds, 6-2, 6-2. Noah won 6-2 and then 6-3 against Josh. So Sid went 2-6 and 2-6. And now in round 3, we have Noah up 1 game to none over Mack. If Josh said he's at 6 wins, I think that means he won his first game against Sid. Sid and Josh are both out of the running for the money, but they'll be playing for their pride in their rating and for fun. Mack is taking his time. He's been using a lot more clock so far than Noah early today. It's not like a standard tournament where everyone plays the same number of games and same number of rounds. It's trying to win the number of matches, which leads to the name Matchplay. Whoever is the first to 6 wins in our set here between Noah and Mack will be the winner. For those who don't know, Mack is the highest rated player at the moment who plays predominantly in this North American dictionary. Noah is working his way up, having hit a new peak rating, and trying to close in for that number 2 spot. I think Mack might also be at a peak rating, and both players, unfortunately, this tournament's only rated a third of the normal rating, which means their rating won't swing as much as it would otherwise. I think Hub seems perfectly reasonable. He's now thinking maybe about Habu. I don't know why you'd want to slot that U out there, but he will. What he could have done is gone through the tile pool and see maybe he doesn't think there are any tiles that would really hurt him in that spot, but I think setting up his S makes a bit more sense to me. Maybe he, for some reason, thought Noah had one, which is possible. In the chat, let me know what you think about Habu versus Hub that he had set up earlier. Maybe after the game, I'll run a quick sim. If I try and run a simulation now, it's going to throw off my ability to do commentary and keep up with the action. So Noah is looking at a lot of vowels. He's got the M as one consonant, the Y as a sort of consonant, and he's going to want to be able to drop as many vowels as he can. At this point, so late in the game, down 28, it would really kill him to exchange because he needs the points. He wants to stay within striking range of Mack. But he also wants to think about that big scoring spot that Mack opened on the right side of the board with the U. So does he have any way to play there? I don't think so. Moue, I guess. M-O-U-E. Makes sense. He really has to take out that spot. It's leaving E-Y-U-I, which is quite painful. But if you look at Mack's rack, he has the opposite problem. He has too many consonants. And we often see this in Scrabble. If one player has too many vowels, because they're pulling from the same pool, it only makes sense that the other player would often have too many consonants. Consonants tend to score more, so depending on the board, one can be better than the other. This looks particularly painful for Mack because the board is so clogged up, and when it's clogged up, there aren't an easy way to throw off a few consonants, and you want to play off a few. He can hook Enate to Senate and play Sev, and yeah, there it is. So it's leaving 5 consonants, which we don't like, but it scores. His only other option was to exchange. So as I would have done, he's taking the points here, but he doesn't have much of a lead, only 23 points. Noah's drawn decently. He has that H, which is a nice tile. He's thinking quicker than I am, as he was thinking on Max clock, and he plays Still not a great leave, but it does score. Ties the game. So the first game was over quite quickly. This one is going to go right down to the wire. Mack has drawn 1 vowel, and it's the worst vowel in the bag, the U, the hardest to form words with. So he's probably feeling pretty frustrated. If he looked over and saw that Noah had the O-I-I-Y combination, he might feel a bit better. But Noah has S-E-T to go with that, which is promising. When you have a rack like Max, you really want like an E or something to be able to play through. He could work down to that ID for a word like fluid, but it's not going to score anything. He might have to get rid of his S here if he wants to be able to score. I don't know how he's going to be able to score while keeping the S. Oh, hey, Churro. Welcome to the chat. Nice to see a couple of my friends there. It's very early in the morning out west, I imagine, so thank you for joining us. I hope you have a cup of coffee. Um, One thing you'll see is that Mack's clock is ticking down. It's down to about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. He's been the slower player all day, and at this point, there are 12 unseen tiles to him, which means there are 5 in the bag. So if he plays 4, like the word furl, he'd be leaving 1 in the bag. Um, where does furl play? Does anyone see a spot for furl? Because I don't. Okay, he's just going to drop the D. That is interesting. It's not what I would have thought of, but I didn't have an idea for him. Noah is not giving me time to think. He's going to quickly play tie because it scores so nicely, and it'll put him in the lead for the first time in quite a while. It's only a 9-point lead, and it's Mack's turn with tempo. He did not draw another vowel, which is what he was hoping for. He drew a C. So there are 8 unseen tiles to him. The remaining tile in the bag is a W for people wondering. So Mack will be drawing a W after his play. Oh, good, you have a coffee. I haven't made one yet. I'm relying just on my natural enthusiasm and love for the game, which is crazy. So between these games, maybe I'll go put on the kettle. So Mack has to think quickly. He's got a minute and a half left. Oh, thank you, Churro. I feel like I've been stumbling through my words, but that's okay. I'm trying my best and just trying to make it a fun event for everyone. I'm really honored to be doing this commentary. You get to see my smiling face twice, as if once wasn't enough. Mack is definitely feeling the pressure. He can't go overtime here. It's going to cost him 10 points and certainly the game. He wants to play off as many tiles as he can here and try and go out in 2, hoping to draw a vowel out of the bag. I think surf is going to come down. Pereira's in surf. But once he draws that W, I think he's not going to be able to go out quickly enough, and Noah's going to be able to find it out in 2 for the win. Ahies was added to the dictionary, Ajies. That never used to be there. So that is something that we might see come. Okay, refs, that looks reasonable to me. Did not consider that. But drawing that W to go with CULNR is just disastrous. Mack does well to keep a straight face, not show his disappointment. He does have a 9-point lead, but if Noah plays this properly, it should be in his favor. I'm asking Quackle, and it sees many wins for Noah. I don't even think he has to play this quite precisely to pull off a win. And he has, looking at the clock, over 6 minutes to think it out. Yeah, true. I think we all do. These happen to be 2 of the best speed players in the world. Mack used to run a series of speed events back when ISC was where we used to like to play. And one of the highlights of my whole Scrabble career is the first time I entered one of those events. I think I went 4-2 against Mack in those 1-minute games. And that just blew my mind because you're not supposed to be able to go 4-2 against Mack. But 1-minute games help to get rid of that huge word advantage he has over basically everyone, because it's harder to find those obscure words in that quickly of a time setting. So I was just throwing down tiles and getting my adrenaline up. Noah doesn't set up the words on his rack, so it's hard to know what he's thinking. But I think he's thinking, he has JIES, which that Ahi's word I was mentioning. Is there a way to play off the OI and have 2 ways to play that? Another word in his rack is JIAO. There's definitely a few ways he could play a word like soya, but that would leave 3 vowels and open things up for Mack to play through. So he's not going to want to do that, at least not hooking Pereira. Quackle says the best play for him is is beneath Abby, and that leaves A-E-I-J-O. So Quackle's looking at a 3-turn play to go out, and Noah can do that safely, knowing that with Mack's cumbersome rack, he's not going to be able to go out quickly. If Noah is confident in his tracking, he could play it that way. As someone who finds tracking difficult, especially since we haven't been playing over the board much, yesterday I was at a live Scrabble event and I mistracked and we were down to the end. We weren't playing with clocks. It was very casual. So I just made my play and it did lead to a win. But if things were slightly different, it definitely could have cost me the game. So even though all you have to do is cross off the tile after it's been played, it's surprisingly easy to make mistakes. And that was against a player rated about 1,000. He took me right down to the end of the game, and I managed to win by 8 points. So even players rated much lower in a game like Scrabble, if they get the tiles, they can definitely give you a run for your money. He had he's set up in his rack for a bit. He could play that and then just go out with OI. It would win. It just wouldn't be as precise as a lot of the other options. Now maybe he's looking at OE, probably in the spot where Quackle was thinking about playing IS beneath Abby, because Abby, ABY, takes a back hook of both an E and an S. Hooks are one tile that you can add to an already existing word. A back hook comes to the end of the word. A front hook goes at the beginning of the word. So a front hook to ABY would be a letter like B for baby. Noah's going to do his due diligence here. He has 3 minutes. He might as well use them. You don't want to mess up. Even if he thinks he's already found a winning sequence, he's going to take his time and ensure it's the best one. Mack is sitting there probably knowing he's already lost. If you were playing against a lower rated player, he might still hold out some hope, but I think he knows Noah's too strong to blow a game like this. And OE will come down there. That's perfectly reasonable. He's leaving Ahis. He doesn't want to play it too early because he doesn't want to give floater tiles for Mack to play through. That would be my guess. Mack has to play quickly because of his clock situation. He plays Arc. That takes away all the spots where Noah wanted to play Ahis, I think. So that's a great defensive play by Mack. He might have thought ahead and predicted where Noah might play and saw how Arc blocked that. Noah still should be winning here, I would think. He's got to get that J down now. I guess Raj. All of a sudden, I'm not so confident that Noah is guaranteed to win. But I still think if he plays it right, he will win. The score now, sorry guys, is Mack is up 5. I'll update that. Yeah, Quackle still likes Raj. He could also play QI. He'll play Raj first. Okay. We'll see Jun, I think, come down, or maybe is Mack looking to do something with the W? Just WAD. That puts Mack up 2. So being up 2, but Noah has that powerful S. Mack is looking at LU. Is there anywhere to go out with LU? Oh, LUN, excuse me. I don't think so. Mack's down to 5 seconds. Noah's down to 20 seconds, so he's got to play something. Just QI would be fine. Just arcs and is would be fine. No, not is, because that would give Lun above. Okay, well that will give Lun too. But Mack chose not to take it. Oh, and he'll get John down. Did he win that? So Sai came down, then Lid, and then John. That was impressive. Okay, I just want to make sure I've been doing the scoring right to see who won. Did Mack manage to pull that off, folks? So Wad, and then C, and then I think Mack just played Lid, and then Noah played. What did Noah play after Lid? Um, After Lid, it looks like Noah has blown this, but I want to make sure I have. Josh, what did Noah play after Lid? Do you know? Was there just no spot for the last I and then he passed? Is that what happened? What about the QI spot? Wasn't that there? He could have played QI kin around. Oh, he put the I. No, the nil Ria spot was already there. I think maybe he passed. But I'm not sure if he passed. I'm trying to see if an I showed up after SI. Everything was moving too fast for me. Okay, I'm going to enter it as a pass and see if that leads to the 6-point win that Josh had mentioned. Yeah, if Noah passed on the I, it leads to a 6-point win for Mack. So he just didn't see QI. So even if he had like waited and gone over time and found it, he still would have lost by 4. Because it scores, or it lost by 5, because it scores 11. Oh, and then he would have got the 4 off Mack's rack. So 11 plus 4 is 15. Minus 10 is 5. He would have lost by 1 still. Noah might want to start drinking coffee. I think so. I think I might want to start drinking coffee. I couldn't figure out what the sequence of events was there because I didn't consider a pass being a possibility. You're normally worried about getting stuck with a Q or a V, even a G maybe. Some of these tiles, they're a bit harder to place. You don't often think of an I, but you can see how congested this board is. And that's because the players do such a good job at overlapping and inserting, as we saw with Ria, forming iris, nil, and gay in the middle of that word. For everyone who came late, that was one of the nicer plays of the game. Very surprised to see Noah not managing to pull off this end game. He did have about 6 minutes to work with. That arc play by Mack was just beautiful. It really clogged up everything. Because Noah waited to play Ahis. He could have played it originally. And then by doing that, he really felt the time pressure. So even though he had the clock to work with, when you're looking at a sequence where it's going to be an out in 3 or even 4, you want to leave yourself, if you're going from 6 minutes, maybe about 2 minutes to start playing that play so that you have time to think through each of the subsequent turns. It might feel like you're trying to plan out the perfect sequence, but then if something comes down you're not expecting, you have to recalculate. And Noah just didn't leave himself the time, even though he had done well earlier in the game, to make sure he'd have time later. So a costly penalty for Noah. He had played that first game, I think, perfectly. I think if you go through Quackle, he's probably going to like every single play. This game, he did miss Bouquet, and then at the end, Quackle saw many different wins, and he wasn't able to quite pull it out. So congrats to Mack. That is a huge win. I thought he was pretty much drawing dead, but managed to pull it out. What I'm going to do right now is run a sim on that Habu turn of Max between Habu and Hub was the other play that we were really looking at. So remember, a sim is when we're asking the computer to simulate the position, play it against itself over and over, and see which one it likes. And like I thought, Hub is simming out to start with, already at 2,000 iterations, about 5 points better. So Mack had seen that. He knew he had the S. I guess he didn't want to lose if an S bingo were to come down quickly, but that still a bit of a surprise to me. And let's see if it was the play the computer liked most of all, because I was just simming those two ideas. It has the highest valuation, but at 99.93% winning percentage, Quackle thinks a few other plays will win 100% of the time, which is interesting. I think you can trust the valuation here more than that slight win percentage thing. So I thought that was the one mistake we saw from Mack, but maybe after the game or after today, he can explain why he thought Habu was the right choice. Very easy for me to sit here with these computer programs and to say what I think the better play is. It's a lot harder to be sitting there at the table. I mentioned how yesterday I was playing live games and I was questioning 4-letter words, even though I knew them. It's very different when you're sitting at the board, especially during the tournament. Like there's a lot of players who can do these word study programs that we do to learn words, and they can do well in these quizzes, but then the second you're in a real tournament, all of a sudden every word you think you know, you might not quite know as well as you think you do. These two players are going to go over this endgame in quite some detail. You still see a bit of a smile on Noah's face, which is nice to see because that was a pretty upsetting endgame. I think we've all been there. I've blown more endgames than I can count, as I think we all have. It's the hardest part of the game. It's when you have full information. There's no more luck involved. It all comes down to brain power. That arc play, I think, was the big win. They're showing that if Raj came down first, I think it was all about Noah missing QI. I mean, clearly, because if he just found it, he would have won. But when he was spending those 6 minutes, you would have thought he would have had a plan. I guess Ahis was his plan, and he thought he'd be able to get it down somewhere. I think he maybe thought Mack would play off more tiles than just the 2 that he did with Arc. Although I'm not sure what else he could have really played on that turn. It's just so hard as a commentator to be thinking from both players' positions. As they start to clear these tiles, I'll save this game. In game 3, we'll have Mack going first. The series is now tied 1-1. Lots of money on the line, lots of pride, lots of grading, lots of fun. Just doing some administrative work as we watch the players get ready for game 3. Bear with me, folks. Hope everybody's having a nice start to their Sunday. And we see them reaching for the bag. Noah will shake things up, and we'll see Mack draw his first rack. They've renamed the event, the Warrenville Geniuses Playing Optimally. That's pretty clever. Sid is a new transplant to the Chicago area. Excuse me. And good luck in game 3 to both players. Let's reset these scores. The last piece of bookkeeping I'm doing here. Mack draws a blank. He hasn't been seeing too many of those, so that's a nice sight. But it comes with a cue. He could play a word like obia. That's a strange word. He could also exchange. I think he'll play the points. When you're scoring 26 points, I think, sort of hard to pass that up. You don't want to leave 28 points, excuse me. You don't want to leave that cue, but you do want to take the 28 points, so that seems like a very easy decision on his part. Noah has that UW combination that nobody likes, but he does have the X, which is a powerful tile. How can he maximize his score while also shedding the most of the cumbersome tiles and leaving the most balanced rack? I'm not seeing an obvious decision, so he'll probably spend a bit of time on this turn. Looking over to Mack's rack, we are seeing disaster. You leave Q blank, and you draw 5 vowels, O-O-O-I-A. So now Mack is probably looking at dumping the Q for QI or exchanging. Exchanging probably everything except for the blank and maybe keeping that A. But still here first with Noah. It would be so nice to drop that W too. I think you really want to drop the U if you're keeping the W. So if you can drop Tux maybe. We just ignore him, Josh, so we don't have to time out Crafty. He's a bit of a disgrace to the game, so. I kid. So yeah, I'd be thinking about Tux forming TA and UH. The highest scoring word is exit. It has 3 overlaps, but it leaves WOU. Don't think he's going to want to do that. I really think Tux has to be the play. Let's run a sim here. I didn't consider owie, which is jumping to the top of the sim. And exit is simming better than Tux also. Oh, now Tux. So this is why you have to run a lot of iterations, because it takes the computer a lot of games playing against itself before it really determines which play is the best. I have 5 different plays in the sim right now. Owie has a slight lead, and he will find it. Beautiful play. That was a late addition to the dictionary, meaning like an injury, like an owie. A kid might say, I got hurt, I have an owie. I don't know why they thought that was such a word it had to be added, but okay, we will allow it. It does take a bunch of front hooks, the Y, the D, the Z, the T. I don't think I'm forgetting any. Max changes, keeps that A, makes sense. So now Noah now has a much more balanced rack, having got rid of that OW. Words like picks or packs or tucks are all the first sort of things you'd be looking at. They play, for the most points, hooking the HE. So you could form a word like hep or like het. You really have to know these 3-letter words if you want to compete at the top level or even at the mid-tier to lower levels. Players have really mastered these shorter words because they come up so often and they're used as building blocks. So I think we might see picks come down there or tucks. we'll take the points and play it with packs, hanging on to the A, the I instead of the A. Normally, in a vacuum, we like the A better than the I. He might think UITS is better synergy than AUTS, or there might be another spot on the board where he thinks the I is helpful. I see a Hangul on Mack's rack. Oh no, that is not a word. Hauling is a word. How do you spell that Hangul word I'm thinking of? Oh, it doesn't take an S. Okay, excuse me. So this is why you need to know your hooks. There are certain words that you cannot pluralize. The score, by the way, is 61 for Noah to 28 for Mack. So hauling and bog, or hauling and GO, are going to be the only two bingos that play. I guess I should have let the chat have a chance at it. And I put a definition of that word Hangul that I was thinking of. Very strange one. Okay, so that's the alphabet that they use in Korean. And when we take words from other languages, they often don't pluralize with an S, because in their language, that's not how they would pluralize. So it's really important, if you're going to learn these words, to also remember that they don't take that S, or else I would have probably lost my turn. I would have tried to play it. I saw it right away. I thought it was a word. These players probably would have known it wasn't, and I would have scored 0 for my turn, and then my opponent would have known I had the blank and would have done everything they could to try and block me from bingoing with the easier find of hauling. Hauling does take a front S of shawling. I'm pretty sure. Let me just make sure. Yeah. So as this comes down, it is important to think and keep in mind that you can put an S as a front hook. We very well likely might see that come later on. Sorry, I can't seem to speak this morning. I need some sleep. I'm not sure why tournaments always have to start so early. Who's on team starting tournaments at noon? Anyone? 11? So what is Noah going to play here? Yeah, Churro's with me. So he has duplicate N's, duplicate T's, and his vowels of the U and the I aren't the nicest. Yeah, 9 o'clock a.m. should not be a thing. I don't know why people allow that to happen, especially for club. Okay, so he's going to play ton. So we mentioned how we don't like duplicate tiles. He gets rid of the duplicate T, duplicate N, and the worst of the vowel is that ugly U. And look over here, Mack has found blank number 2. What bingos play? Through the A or the U of hauling would seem the most promising, because he needs another vowel. He has 5 consonants there. Remittal through the A. Anything through the U, because remittal, if he plays it, would just dangle an S hook. No, remittal is the only bingo. So if he plays remittal, if you look at the board, the L would slot 1 square before the double letter score. And that would leave Noah to play Artesian and double his word in both directions, because he's drawn into a bingo. And he will be able to play it next turn. And so, yeah, we're going to see 2 bingos come down back to back. Spoiler alert. Mack scores quickly with remittal. Noah's not happy to see a bingo come down, but he is happy to see it come down in that spot. Because even though he hangs the E in the triple lane, the 86-point bingo is just too juicy to pass up. So let me update those scores. We have Noah at 161. Mack is 5 points ahead at 166. And it is his turn. So even though Mack has had both bingos, he only has a 5-point lead plus his turn. So Noah's done well to fight from the poor tiles. He's drawn into Reformed, and he will be able to play it either through the E intermittals or the E in Artesian. So we're going to see another bingo from Noah. Once again, I am spoiling it for you guys. I'll try and stop announcing bingos and giving people a time to find it, especially when it's a common word like that. So Mack sees another common word of ticket. It scores nicely. It leaves GS, clears off that overabundance of consonants. Is deformer a word? It is. So you could also play deformer, but that would take the S. So it's going to be reformed. Reformed does have one of those front hooks of a P for preformed. Those P front hooks come up in a lot of these words. Very difficult to know for sure. I imagine both players will be pretty confident on that, but they might not be 100%. And Mack does draw into a very balanced rack. There is a 7 there, glaives. Don't mind spelling that one because it's not a common word. I'll get a definition in the chat for you guys in 1 second. The action is moving very fast, as it does when these players draw into bingos. They see them right away, and they know right away it's going to be the best play. So what is a glaive? It's a sword, an obsolete word they're quick to point out. Definitely not a word you hear often, not a word I would know what it means. You do, if you're trying to learn these words, have to know that it's a noun, not a verb, so you couldn't play glaved. Noah has 4 vowels to 3 consonants, so he's a bit unbalanced, but definitely workable. He could take points and extend ticket to ticketed. It would still leave decently with COOIN, not great. Is there anything through that G of glaives? Coin, COIGNE, or Congo? Okay, ticketed. So he takes the points. I think that's got to be the right move. Crackle's showing it scoring 12 more points than income through the M of reformed, which would have been the next highest scoring word. Mack has drawn a couple high scoring tiles with the Z and the Q. Perhaps I should be saying the Z, as this event is held in the States, and perhaps most of you are American. It's natural for me to say the Z here in Canada, and I say it without really thinking. We take some words from the Americans, some words from the Brits. Every once in a while we have a word or two of our own, eh? So I'd be looking to drop the Q if possible. The Q is the hardest to work with. Is there a big Q spot? Yeah, above the I in remittals. Oh, Ziggy, is that a word? Ziggy? Zaggy? Okay, no, there's no Ziggy or Zaggy. That would have been the highest scoring through the G in glaives. So without that, I mean, he does have spots to drop the Z for a lot. Yeah, true. They seem so promising. I wouldn't have liked Ziggy or Zaggier, but Ziggy, I thought maybe. Zaggy doesn't sound good to me. Ziggy was a character on Roseanne, a very small character, appeared a couple episodes. So maybe that'll be my way of remembering it's not a word. but I'm sure I've already thought of that in the past and still forgotten. You can learn words, but retaining them is what really separates the top players. And being certain on them. It's one thing to be pretty sure it's not a word. It's another thing to be 100% it's not a word. Noah has 3 O's. So we've seen the vowels pile up slowly on Noah's rack, and now he has still just 4 of them, but 3 of them are C's. I did mention Congo last turn for him as a possibility. It's a country, I think maybe it's their coin. Is that what it means? Let's look in the chat. Oh, the type of T. Oh, right. With the U, I recognize that more as the T. So knowing that hook would be important. Congo comes down. Good play by Noah. So now Mack scored with the Q last turn. Now he can score with the Z this turn. So having 2 of these high scoring tiles, it's a lot nicer later in the game than it was last game when he had them on turn 1. Yeah, that's a strange word, that Congo. But yeah, that U hook could come into play. There are 2 U's unseen, so let's keep an eye on that. The tile pool looks pretty balanced. No blanks left, 2 S's left. The J being the lone high scoring tile. No, it does have a big play. And it's to the M or through the M in Reformed. So I'll give people a chance to try and find that. It is a common word. It's not necessarily where people would be thinking to look. A lot of people might just quickly play za for 44. Yeah, he is holding on to Uralis, which sounds like another type of tea of oolong. Enzyme and enzyme, that's right. Very well done, Churro. Those score 69 or 72 points. The Y gets doubled, the Z's already worth 10, the M's worth a lot. You get a couple more single point tiles, you multiply that all by 3, and before you know it, it scores as much as a bingo. So will Mack find that? If he had found it, you'd think it would have come down by now, so the longer it takes, the less likely I think he is to find it. It is very tough. It's definitely within his range. And he's going to need this big score to fight off the bingo that Bonehead pointed out is coming of Uralis, which takes a front W for Wouralis. So many strange words in this game. Urali is a plant. Okay. You can see there's a lot of different spellings of them. A bunch of them are valid in this dictionary, but not all. It's a Caribbean plant. So if he plays za, for example, instead of enzyme, suddenly he's leaving G-E-E-N-Y, which is really not so great. He could play zany through the A in glaives. Gyoza through the O in reformed. Gyoza being dumplings. Perhaps you've had them. But he's got to find enzyme. Let's all send our collective brain power to Mack. Perhaps he just needs a sip of that coffee. If he doesn't find it, he'll be very mad at himself afterwards. The score should be updated. Apologies. Mack is up 21 points. So it's more important, and even the score was originally showing, for him to find this bingo. Sid's tied it at 1-1. My screen's gone blurry. I just have to reload the page. Bear with me. Everything's fine now on my end. Twitch is reminding me it's my 9-month sub anniversary, but I won't share that with you, even though I announced it. Mack has seen his clock tick down. He did play well under time crunch in last game, but there are still 30 unseen tiles. Will he find Enzyme? It scores 26 points more than ZA if he adds the own. Okay, that's very surprising. So he plays YE, keeping GANEZ. Is he trying to set something up? Was he worried about the Kongu spot? Doesn't matter at the moment because Urales comes down. And based on the definition of it being Urali singular, I think it's pronounced Urales, not Uralis. So that looked like a huge miss by Mack. Perhaps he's seen something that I'm not. He's such a strong player. I'm hesitant to criticize. I wonder what his thought process was, though. Normally in that situation, you're going to want to score with the Z. I think just taking out that Kongu or Kongo spot might have been his thought. He definitely didn't see Enzyme, because for 72 points, you wouldn't be worried about blocking a 70-point bingo if you have a 70-point play of your own. So we saw Noah miss Bouquet last game. We're seeing Mack miss Enzyme, I think, in this game. So even the very top players will miss occasionally. Mack has Zag set up on his rack. He could play it parallel to Urales. It'll score 45. He could play Za above Glaives for 46, but then he would hang on to that G he doesn't want. If he plays Zag, it leaves a triple letter score next to the ZA he'd be forming. Are there any G's or P's unseen? Yeah, there's one P in the bag. So if he plays Zag there, that ZA to ZAP possibility could come up big. And remember, the P also could be placed in front of reformed for preformed. So all of a sudden, the P is looking like a pretty powerful tile on this board. Noah has not drawn it, so it is in the bag. Noah has that 30-point lead. After this turn, Mack will take a slight lead. So with the tempo going towards Noah, I'd say the game is essentially tied. Oops. Did not play Zat as I tried to type, but rather Zag. 15. As Noah looks to the board, is there any way to get to that M for formed? He's going to play Fa. Okay, that makes sense. He gets rid of the U, he scores with the F. He doesn't open anything up. He does leave just the one vowel. He'll need to draw a vowel to be in a good shape. And he does draw vowels, but it's IYW of a draw. That's a pretty brutal draw. And it might just be what Mack needed. As Noah takes this 414 to 396 lead. Mack continues to draw the high scoring tiles. We've seen him play off the Z, the Q. Now he has the J. He also has that P I said was going to be so dangerous, and he finds the word peon, spelt like payon, and it scores 55. So I said that P was going to be a key tile, and it's nice as a commentator when things go as you think they might. Makes you sound smarter than perhaps you ignore. So even after Mack's blunder, he's in a pretty powerful position right now. Having taken a a 37-point lead. And as he still has the J to score with, if he can find a spot, and looking at Noah having that IIVWY combination. Two eyes are pretty ugly, although there are words perhaps he can play with them. The problem is all of his best scoring words, looking over to Quackle, don't use either of the eyes, and he's not going to want to leave both. There are 10 unseen tiles from Noah's perspective. Let me drop them into the chat for you. So remember, that's from Noah's perspective. So he's looking at pretty strong tiles. That S is the most important one in the bag because it hooks Zap. It's in the bag and not on Mack's rack, which is crucial for Noah. Without that, I don't think he'd really have any way to win this game. So with 10 unseen, it means there's 3 in the bag. He's probably not going to want to empty, although maybe he has to empty and hope to get to that S, although by emptying, Mack would just know all he has to do is block. He could block with something like Orb. His tiles just are not what he really needs in this situation, he being Noah. Once again, he's left more time for this pre-end game than Mack. Yeah, 2 eyes aren't terrible here, but we have to remember he's down 37. So if he scores, let's say, 30, he's still down because Mack will be able to go first, and he's going to have a bit of a clunky leave. But if he draws, I guess we can figure out what's in the bag. The A's in the bag, the S's in the bag, and the U's in the bag. So that will help actually clean up his rack a bit. He didn't want that U, but the S and the A will go nicely with, let's say, an I and an N and one of the poorer tiles he's going to have to hang on to. Wavy is going to be the highest scoring play available through the A and Glaives. Wary in the same spot would score a bit less, but he's going to want to get rid of the V. The problem with Wavy, it does score 34, so it would put him down only 3, but it does empty the bag. And by emptying the bag, it lets Mack know exactly what's remaining, and then he can plan a sequence with full information of what's left. But is anything even comparing to Wavy? Like, he needs to score to make it close. You can't just drop an I and a Y and play Ivy or something. With the W, V, I, Y, he's got to get rid of at least a couple of those this turn, or else it doesn't matter what he draws because he's going to have such a clunky leave, he won't be able to form anything to catch up. So from my perspective, Mack is looking in the driver's seat, but last game we thought Noah was in the driver's seat late and Mack pulled it out. So there's still a lot of Scrabble to be had as Noah's clock ticks beneath 8 minutes. Wavy does come down, sort of out of necessity. I don't think he wanted to play it, but I don't see what else he really could have played. The bag is now empty, so we will be able to see both players' tiles as Noah draws SAU. So the S hooks Zaps, but Noah won't have a huge play to hook it with. If Mack can find any sort of out in 2 here, he'll be looking good. GIE takes it back D, but I don't think he'll be able to do anything with that. I guess he could play Allay and Guide, and that kills the Zap. He could play Orb to kill that spot. He could play G, J-E-E-D. That would leave 3 consonants. So these are the different sort of ideas that might be running through his head. The 3 consonants wouldn't seem to leave even out in 2. Sorry, it's 448 for Noah, so he's down 3. Mack has 2.5 minutes, and I think he's going to use most of it. Perhaps he's already figured out the best sequence, but just wants to make sure. Quackle finds wins for Mack. And there are many different ones. Oh, he could play from the GIE Formula D spot. Wait, sorry, it has his rack wrong. Let me enter it right before I announce that he has wins. Quackle just tries to automatically guess what the person's rack will be, but I have to manually enter what he's drawn. Yeah, he still does have wins, and the best sequence would start with putting a back hook on FEU. So that takes a D for feud, and the word G that I had mentioned, Jeet. It holds on to one of his E's, and he's set that up already, leaving bread, BRED. Would there be a second spot for bread if Noah makes a big play forming zaps? I don't see where one would be. Like he would have bread and nod, for example, but that would go away after Noah's play. But it's still such a powerful score of Jeed. And then if he scores big with the B, let's say Sob and bed in the bottom right, that should be enough to win. He's got to go quickly, though. He's down to 30 seconds. So Jeed comes down. Is Noah going to try and quick play him, or Noah has 7.5 minutes. He's probably thinking about the last game that didn't go his way. I think he's going to use his time here, think things through. Perhaps he didn't see Jeed coming, and now he has to think the position anew. With so much time, he didn't have to forecast what Mack might play. If he were down to a minute or two, he would have had to really be prepared for anything that could come down. You always want to be thinking ahead of time, but with this much time, he had more leeway. And yeah, the best play is going to have to be something in that spot. Ruins makes perfect sense. Takes out that spot for bed. Oh. Okay, so bed that I saw is a win, but the best win is actually rebred. And yeah, Mack is just going to take the safer win. Perhaps he's not 100% on rebred. That's through the RE and Reformed and Feud, by the way. Thank you to Quackle, the computer program, for finding that. And Mack has a beautiful, Noah has a beautiful out here. Scores 16 points. Can anyone find it with the A and the I? It's not an easy word to find. It's not a common spelling. It is acceptable. I did eat it yesterday. Bonehead refused to eat it because he hates it. So if he's still in the chat, perhaps he'll think this word is following him. Will he see where it plays on the board? Are they 1-1 now, Chiro asks. Yes, they are 1-1. Mack is looking to go 2-1. I think we can already safely say it will be 2-1. And he did find the kale insert, which was really tough to see. You got to be confident it's spelled that way, not that it matters because the game is over. I will now update the score. The total combined score is 1,000. So we had an over 1,000 earlier in the day. Now we have exactly 1,000. Yeah, kale is not one of Bonehead's favorite foods. Both players did play well. There also were one or two mistakes. Mack not finding enzyme was a bit of a surprise, although you don't really think with that rack to look through through the M. Even if he didn't see enzyme, that YE play, which he just pointed out on the board, is a touch strange, although he was probably just scared of that U or S hook to Congo. I'm also going to run to the bathroom while these players do their post-mortem. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream. And I will be right back. Okay, folks, I am back. Both players are still looking over this board. That's what happens when we have such exciting, close games. There's so much to discuss. They're going to pull off a few tiles and go over different sequences that could have happened. what they're trying to do here is say what tiles were unseen to me, what were unseen to you, what could have been the order of plays. This endgame seemed to have been played pretty well, as opposed to the last one where we saw Noah unfortunately miss out on a win. Earlier in a game of Scrabble, you're making the best play, but with the best play you're making might not have the best outcome. For example, you might play an R instead of a T because uh, you're less because of what's left in the bag, but then you might end up wishing you had left the R because um, it would have led to a different word. So earlier in the game, you're making plays with the hopes that it'll work out, but you still have to draw tiles. So you could leave an optimal leave and then draw poorly and wish you had left something else, is what I'm trying to say. So there's a lot of luck earlier in the game, whereas at the end of the game, the luck disappears because you have full knowledge. Um, so you can get rewarded for playing poorly in Scrabble, and this allows lower rated players to beat higher rated players, something you wouldn't see in a game like chess if we still have some chess streamers like 95 Horatio watching. I see that he is leading gifting Josh's channel with 132 subscriptions. That's very generous. Uh, let's give him a shout out. I've enjoyed watching his channel. I really enjoy chess to begin with, and I've been trying to get my rating up. I hit a peak of 1730 on Lee Chess. Yeah, we're doing great, Josh. Wonder how many games we're going to play till we go to a break. Josh considered taking their time, 1-1. He had mentioned maybe that if this set ends before his set, that they could play a few of their later games on stream. They are still playing for third place, even if there's no money on the line. I get a few more definitions in the chat for words people might not be familiar with. A word like adhesion is very high probability, meaning that it's more likely to come up than a word with less common letters. Because there are 12 E's in the bag and there are a lot of AISTM tiles, a word like that is very likely to come up. And when people learn these more obscure words, they start with the higher probability words, the words more likely to be played, because they come up so much more often. Adhesion, if you start playing Scrabble a lot, you'll see it. It's available on many games. And then as you work your way through the words, you start to learn words that are less likely to come up. So if you wanted to learn some more words, there are two different programs you can use. One is Aerolith, developed by Cesar, who was in the chat earlier. I believe Josh has a command here for Aerolith. And they have daily word challenges. You can do 2-letter words, 3-letter words, all the way up to, I think, 15-letter words. Or you could also use the program Ziziva, which has a card box feature. So words you get right more often, you'll see them less often, and words that you get wrong will be presented to you again sooner to study. Sorry, once again, I feel half asleep and that I can't seem to get a sentence out, so my apologies for that. But I have put the links in the chat to both those different programs, so you can click them at your leisure and learn more about them. Studying may seem like an unappealing word, but if people enjoy unscrambling words like me and other top players do, it doesn't always feel like homework. It's just, oh, I hope they get all those tiles that just spilled everywhere. You'd hate to start a game and then find out that one of the tiles was missing. It looked like they found the 3 tiles that I saw spill out. I should point out that the games today only started at 9:30 a.m. my time, which is really not that early for most people. I just happen to be a night owl. Perhaps you're different in that sense. When I was younger, I would like to play Scrabble well past midnight. These days, I try and stop at an early hour. Early being relative, but sometime before midnight. We are on to our next game. And it looks like Noah is drawing first. And good luck to both players. You see 4 vowels, 5 vowels, 6 vowels, 7 vowels, or 6.5 to come. It doesn't really give Noah a lot to think about. The E is a good tile, the rest not so much. People exchange down to that E. You're going to get a rack like that. The first turn is probably the best turn to get it. I didn't see what Mack had to go with ERN, but he is also going to be exchanging. Okay, Noah has novate. That's not a word, but that's how his tiles are laid out at the moment. Novate is a word, it's a verb. Get that definition for you guys, but I don't think he'll necessarily play it. He looks like he might be exchanging OOV. He could consider just OVA, maybe with the A on the star, setting up his N to front hook it for Nova, and leaving tone as a leave, T-O-N-E. He could also do the exchange that it looks like he might be considering. I would lead toward OVA. It does leave potential tiles for Mack to hit an 8, especially after he's just exchanged. But he did exchange 4, so it's not necessarily true that he'll have a great rack. So I think the 12 points here and the V stops overlaps in a horizontal direction. Yeah, he will play OVA, good. To me, that looks like the right move. Whether it is to be debated. Like I said early in the game, it is harder to say what the right move is. That's why we use these computer programs that will run a simulation of the same position over and over and over again until one play comes out as being stronger than the other. The 3 tiles that Noah put out there, OVA, have not led to a bingo possibility for Mack. So he seems to have set up the word indie, like indie music. Would leave ER, a very strong leave, even though it's just 2 tiles. It would form Nova, and it would get down to that double word score. So that all seems reasonable. Anything he's going to want to play there, he's going to want to probably try and get to the double word score. His other option would be play very short, just, I guess, in, but that wouldn't seem to make sense to me. Or to him. Indy comes down. Let's get these scores updated for everyone. It's 19 to 12 in favor of Mr. Meller. teen box will be Noah's rack, which is not a word, but he'll have definitely many options. You can parallel Indy with Exxon. Sounds like a gas brand, but it's also a word in Scrabble, one of those common ones that we see at all levels of play. Let's see what it means. Okay, it's a science word within a nucleic acid. And Mack has another one of those high probability bingos that we were discussing, a word of aerogel. So he'll get the first bingo of the game down. And that bingo will take him up to 96 points. So he has doubled Noah's score in the early going. Noah has the word glabrate, I believe. One of those uncommon words that we've learned. Yeah. So it plays in a few spots through the A in aerogeller, the A in Nova. He'll play it through the A in Nova, which looks fine. Do people know the hooks to glabrate? So when a word like glabrate comes down, it's not a common word. It could take a D and an S if it were a verb. It could take an S if it were a noun. It could take nothing if it's an adjective. Do people know this one? I will tell you it doesn't take any hooks. It is an adjective. It has the same meaning as the word glabrous, R-O-U-S, and it just means smooth. So if you were less sure about the meaning of the word, you might want to play it through the A in aerogel, just because the hook maybe wouldn't be as prominent. We'll see if both players know this one. It's not a given, but I would expect them to know it, as I expect players of this caliber to know most of these words. Ogre ale, yeah. Mack has that Z again. Looks like he's setting up Zybet, which takes a hook of a back H or S. It would put the Z on the triple letter score. It would leave the W, which isn't ideal. He could play Wiz, W-I-Z, next to the A in aerogel, or forming Woe, W-O-E. With the score, do I have the score updated? No, I have no score listed for Noah at all. The score is 110 for Noah to 96 for Mack, so it's about even with it being Mack's turn. Hopefully those scores will pop back up. There they are. We're in game 4. First player to 6 will be winning this series. Mack has an early 2-1 lead. Mack continues to play a touch slower than Noah. We are using 20-minute clocks in this tournament as opposed to the standard 25 minutes because they wanted to play so many games over such a short period of time. What that does do is really add the time pressure in every game. Taking 5 minutes out of the normal allotted time really makes you feel like you're in time pressure a lot earlier, even with players who are able to play at such incredible speeds when they have to. Now it looks like he's setting up a very strange word of wares, like software, I believe is the original meaning of that word. It does get rid of that W. I didn't like how Zybet was going to open and also keep the W, so I think Wiz or Whereas would look better to me. I think Wiz might be what I'd be leaning towards, although it does leave 3 vowels to 1 consonant, so I could see why whereas would be what he's leaning towards. Now it looks like he might actually just keep the Z, play AWE, which would parallel to aerogel. That's interesting, something I could get behind. It's not something I would have thought of, but if I were him, I'd definitely be looking to get rid of the W on this turn. There is a lot to think about on this turn, so I'm not surprised he's using his clock. Noah's posture seems to indicate to me he has an idea of what he wants to play next. He's not really looking around too much. He's almost frozen in spot. Mack will take a 12-point lead after that play of awe. Definitely a surprising play. But it does set up, well, RE, you can put the Z afterwards, but he's not going to be able to go up with that. So Noah is looking at this Ivy knee as a rack. Maybe he's looking to play Vaney and Vo. After seeing Mack draw AWE, he might think Mack's rack is a lot nicer than it actually is. No, he's going to play Kai. Okay, that looks strong. It scores nicely. VEEIN is not incredible, but it is a pretty good leave. It's balanced. He draws a D, which goes nicely with that. Another O he could do without, as he is high on vowels. Mack looks like he's going to set up Fizz. Perhaps if he had just played Whiz last turn, he'd be in a better position. Still don't quite get the idea of awe over Whiz. If anyone has any ideas in the chat, let me know. But Fizz and Faux here is looking perfectly fine. If the blank could end up hooking that with a second Z, Fizz. But there's only one Z or Z tile in the game. I think that's what Mack is going to lean towards playing. Welcome back, Churro. Don't think you missed too much except for that nice bingo of Glabrate, which takes no back hooks, by the way, which could come into play. His comes down, Mack is up 20. Noah needs an S, he would have a bingo. A T, he would have a bingo, but not where the T is sitting. Let's see if people in the chat can unscramble these words. Neither of them are going to play. One is more common than the other. The second one, I'd say, is more common. They're both difficult finds. It's this promising rack. Yeah, denotive is one. I think that's a grammatical term, so it would take an S. No, it means like denoting something, so it's an adjective, so it doesn't take an S. So don't listen to my word knowledge. I actually just went over this with Noah a couple months ago. We were playing a game and these IVE words came up and which ones take the S and which ones don't. That is on my list of things to go over. There are a lot of similar sounding words that do pluralize. One of them is a grammatical term and it's not denotive, clearly. Okay, he plays Vibe just to clean up the rack. Nosedive, yes, Nomi, well done. Welcome. Nomi Nemo. And is that petunias? What does he have there? Oh, petunts. That is a very strange word, but it is a word. And it will give Mack a nice lead. The score now is up to 224 for Mack, 157 for Noah. I have no idea what petunts could possibly mean. Rock. Right away, Noah sees that he has condos. He also, that also anagrams to secondo, second with an O at the end. Second, interestingly, is the sort of word you could put a lot of different tiles after. We have a hooked command, I believe. No, maybe just hook singular. No, okay, sorry. But you can put an E, an I, an O, or an S after second. But condo comes down. Mack has drawn the other blank. Oh, sorry, the first blank. Looks like he's had a lot of blanks, but in this case, it's just the first one of the game. He should be looking through the N and the T of petunts, that rock that we just learned about. Does anyone see one? I see one through the T. 2 through the T. 1 is common. And then there's another one through the N. Glitches, yeah, glitches is the common one. If you make the blank a U, there are bingos through the T and the N, but they're less common words. One of them is one of those hooks we were talking about. Hook to lunch becomes glunch. So glitches are glutches or glunches. So he can make this a U or an I. Looks like they're trying to get a scoring slip. I don't think the play's actually been challenged. Let's see what he circles, because he can circle an I or a U to make a valid word. We can't see the slip. I'm going to enter it as a U, thinking that Mack is perhaps trying to draw a challenge that he would know wouldn't come. But when possible, make the blank slip the less common word. You never know what could happen, assuming Mack is certain of both words. Can anyone see clearly what he circled? I'm going to try and zoom in a bit. It looks like he circled the I. Okay, so it's glitches. Let me change that on Quackle, or else it'll start giving us suggestions for words that he can't play. Noah has duplicate R's, duplicate I's. And to get out of that, he'll play wilier. Could have also played wirier, but he's going to want to hang out to the stronger R. Sorry, I messed up the quackling again. Let me just fix things quickly. It keeps wanting to enter condos as played with a blank, even though it wasn't. So just give me a second while I quickly fix this. By entering these plays onto Quackle, we're able to come up with good suggestions. and do some analysis like the Sims I've been running earlier in the day. I think I'm now caught up, so I'll update the scores. 277 for Noah to 302 for Mack. So he's up about 25 points in the turn. I see ANEUMU on his rack. He has a 7th tile hidden by his fingers. Congrats to Josh for pulling out game 3 in his series. The H was the last tile. That's a good tile for him because it allows him to play sh and much, which scores well. And it'll put him up 60. Noah's done well to climb out of that really ugly rack he had. Drawing 5 tiles after Wilder. He is Boat, R.I.P., RIP, but it's not a word. So what can he do? He could play Bay and Bow to the Y and Chi. Is there anything from the W? Wob, I guess. But he could probably do better than that. He's down a lot, so he's going to want to both score and open. He's going to need lanes to get back into this game. There aren't very many lanes right now. There's a marginal lane through the G or the L, but the G and the L would have to be in specific positions to form a word. He could play through the K, but the K is tough to bingo too. He could play parallel to the G in glitches, either ending a word in an I or an O, or an A, depending on whether it's going before or after glitches. Also, he could go down one more tile to also parallel the L of glitches. But perhaps what he has to do is open the bottom lane. If he just wants to score, he could play something like top or tip or tap, forming TEW, another one of those 3-letter words that you gotta really learn if you want to get ahead in this game. And then IRE, IRE, which we know, and then PO, kind of a strange word, but allowed. You could also play BO, and no, that doesn't mean body odor. But he could play that and tab for something. But by playing TEW, it gives up one of those front hooks we've been mentioning, an S for stew. There's only one S unseen. I don't think that's his big concern here, but okay, he's not going to open. He's going to leave a nice balanced lead. AIRT, that is bingo prone. With the G and the L and the K, there's potentials to bingo. And he's drawn well with DUS. But we will go over to Max rack, a C for oceanaut, an R for aeronaut. Those are just exploring the ocean or the skies, but he has neither of those words. He's going to want to clear off some of the extra vowels he's got sitting there. He only has 2 consonants for 5 vowels. You'd like to keep it at a ratio more of 4 consonants to 3 vowels, so he's about 2 off that benchmark. So how is he going to clean up some of these vowels? Looks like he's come up with an idea. He's going to play 5 tiles, gâteau, a French word, a cake. I assume that's what it means in Scrabble. I know that's the French word for cake. Speaking un peu de français. So Noah, one thing that did is it killed those lanes we were talking about, through that G, through that L, or down to that G or L. And so now Noah's going to have to open, but he's able to do so having drawn that case S. So that is powerful. There is a blank out, and Mack does have it. If he didn't have it, it was going to play out very differently, because it's a great idea by Noah. If Mack didn't have the blank, he'd be in trouble, but he does, and it's going to put this game out of reach. Playing another obscure word, fanions. Once again, I encourage people not to get frustrated. If you see these words you're not familiar with, these are some of the very top players in North America, with Mack being ranked, I believe, #1 in our dictionary. There are clubs and tournaments and casual games across the continent where you can do perfectly well without knowing these words. I hope by learning some of the strategies about when to open, when to close, how many tiles to play long, to play short, how to play the end game, how to play the pre-end game. I hope by going over some of these strategies, you get more comfortable with the sort of skills that you can apply to your game, whether you're playing knowing these obscure words or not. You don't have to learn these words to do well. I played daily for over a decade without having studied any words, and I got to the point where I was able to compete against top players. I won 14 of my first 16 tournament games without ever having studied. It was against some of the low-rated players, but clearly it can be done. If you want to become a super expert, you're definitely going to have to study words at some point. Mack and Noah have studied more than most. Josh recently went through all the 7-letter words, something I've never done, and he managed to do that within a few weeks, I believe. Sid studies more by reviewing annotated games. He looks over games people have posted and remembers words that way. If he were to commit to a more systematic study, perhaps he could hit that rating of 2,000 that I know he would love to hit. This one is definitely over. There's no way to make up a 140-point deficit on this board. There are only 2 tiles in the bag. I'll let you know what Noah is looking at as the possible tile bag. So he's knowing that Mack's not going to have a very appealing rack. Will he be able to Q stick him? I guess no, it wouldn't be possible no matter what Mack has if he has the Q. So instead he's going to play Sid condos. Is that just a joke because they're at Sid's place and they're in his condo? Just hit the clock though, so that has been played. Looks like they're just messing around. And I think Mack is going to accept it. How do you like that? So some jokes from Noah. You see that a lot in casual games. You don't see the jokes come out too often in these more serious games, but the spread doesn't really matter here. Whoops. Quackle wants that play to be challenged off, but it has not been challenged off. Stop it, Quackle. Why does it keep wanting to have it? Oh, there we go. Okay. And then Taj was played. And then, did Noah make his next play yet? Rotor. Did Noah play something after Taj, people? Anyone? He must have played something. I just don't see what. Did he drop one tile somewhere? So I have fallen a bit behind the action here. So I don't have the exact final score for you, but it will be a win for Mack at the end of the day. I'll just enter that challenge off play as a pass. Followed by QI, followed by Adores to go out. So I have it as the final score as 543 for Mack to 383 for Noah. We continue to see some very high scoring games. Going to save this one. I'll upload all these games to crosstables.com. You can review the games, these games, and a bunch of other games that people have uploaded there. Like I said, that's how Sid likes to study. It's a good way to see how players play things, maybe get a read on your opponents, maybe think about what you would have played in that situation. Josh has already updated the series score to 3-1. Thank you to Josh for staying on top of that. I imagine they are still playing their next game. Sid's at least at the table. Looks like he's stretching. Hopefully the players are getting up to go for some walks and a bit of exercise. You can't just sit all day as much as we might like to. Sitting is the new smoking, as they say. 4 games have gone by awfully quickly. Hopefully I've been stumbling a bit less than I was earlier. Perhaps Sid has a second condo we don't know about. I only know of the one, but clearly Sid condos is plural. Thank you, Churro. I remember when you used to stream. It's been a bit of a while, I guess, but I would love to shout you out. I think what happened last time is I didn't know how many R's were in your name, so. Oh, how do you like that? Josh did it with just 2 R's for our convenience. Check out Churro's page. Not only is she a Twitch streamer, at least she was, but she also posts a lot of content onto YouTube, mostly makeup content, also content about checking out different Vegas hotels. So if you're into painting your face or painting the town, perhaps checking out Annette's Makeup Corner on YouTube would be the place to go. And painting your face or painting your town, Churro, you're welcome to use that phrase in any of your marketing. You only have to pay me a royalty each time you do. Why is 543 showing up on the screen twice? I only entered it once. That is strange. Let me see if I can get rid of that. I'm gonna try and reset the scores to 0. There we go. I'd like to wish everyone a happy Hanukkah if you're celebrating. I believe today is the last day. We do have some Jewish blood in this tournament. Is Jewish blood an offensive way to say that? I made latkes that I brought to my Scrabble event yesterday. Always nice to eat fried potatoes that we randomly serve with applesauce. Didn't know potatoes and apples were a combo, but at least during Hanukkah they are. It's a bit early this year. Normally it's a lot closer to Christmas, but it follows a different calendar, sort of how we play with different dictionaries. Similar and yet not the same. Lots of tournaments coming up. I hope people are planning to play some of them. I'm hoping to make it to Albany. After that, there's a big one in New Orleans, or Nolans, as perhaps they pronounce it. I think there are other ones. You can check on Cross Tables. The site where we update our games to is also the site where NASPA hosts upcoming tournaments. You can also go to the WGPO site, WGPO. That's a different organization, not NASPA, but they also run events. And like I mentioned, you can play in clubs. You can play on Woogles, which is the site developed by Cesar. And if you're thinking, didn't you just say he developed Aerolith? You would be right. He developed both. A big thank you to him for all the contributions to the community. Woogles is just a phenomenal site for playing Scrabble. We finally brought Scrabble to the modern age. And by we, I mean they did. I'm going to put a command of Woogles into the chat. And if you get a word challenged off, it'll bark at you. Woogle's mascot is a dog, even though Josh's comment here has a monkey. And we are starting game 5. Mack is 3 games away from victory. He's doing it without drinking his coffee. I haven't seen him take a sip. It seems to be more of an ornament. Noah shook those tiles up. Shaken, not stirred. Got a nice black and white tile bag. And the game will begin. So we have a rack that Mack has here. You're going to want to see if you can get the F or the Y to the double letter score. They're your highest scoring tile, and you'd have to form a word at least 5 letters in length in order to do that. And he's found one, that being fade. Fade is a verb. This is the last series, Churro. But if this series ends early, we would still watch the end of Josh and Sid's match for 3rd place. Fay is to clean out, especially related to a ditch. That's a very specific definition. I didn't know you needed a specific word to clean a ditch. I would have just used a word like clean or perhaps shovel. Are there any other 5-letter words that Matt could play here that reach it? No, unfed. But because the F in unfed is in the first or last position, it wouldn't double. So he's going to play the only word here of fade, and he's going to continue his streak of opening vertically. Sorry, I once again am messing up my crackling by forgetting that I had to pass for Noah, because Mac went first. We see a very obscure word come down for Noah, a diktat. Is that an animal? What is a diktat? And yes, it might sound a bit dirty. It's a harsh settlement imposed on a defeated nation. It's like you've been dictated to. I imagine there's some connection to the word dictate. It's a very German sounding word. It's a very difficult one to see, so a great play by Noah to clean up that ugly rack. I don't think I would have found that myself. Mac has no appealing options here. Uncut or uncute. He might have to, is there anywhere to play it as uncut? I don't think so. So I think he would have to play it as uncute, which is a hook to uncut. And that is what he'll play. So doesn't score a lot. It does open a bit to the triple word score to the left, but it does let him out of that horrible rack that he had. When we describe racks as being good or horrible, for example, it depends on how balanced they are with the vowel to consonant ratio. Again, we want 4 consonants to 3 vowels, or perhaps 5 to 2. Sometimes you can go 3 to 4 if you have the right tiles. Having a scoring tile like the X is nice. Here it'll score no about 38, 33. I shouldn't guess. I have the program. I don't need to guess. Let me update the score for you guys. It's not 0 all. It's a 13-point lead for Mr. Walton. And Mack will play the word dialist. And it will hit the triple. So he's going to go up by a bingo. We like to think about the difference in score related to bingos because it helps you know what you need to do to get back in the game. If you fall behind by more than one bingo, it's sort of like falling behind more than one touchdown in football. So perhaps that's a good way to think about it. It is Sunday. Football games will be starting in about half an hour. You want to try and keep within striking distance, as we'd say, which is normally staying within about a bingo. Noah's going to play a pretty obvious play, I'd say, here of hum. We could have played ugh in the same position, UGH, which perhaps would sometimes be better because the M is better than the G, but with that I in dialist, he likes to keep the NG combination. That brings him up to 83. Looking at Mack's rack. Yeah, loanings for Mr. Walton, and now we're being very professional by calling them Mr. Feels like something more out of the chess world or perhaps the tennis world. But it's time we added some class to Scrabble. Mack is looking at a bunch of vowels. He could get busy. What else could he do? Is there anything from the F? Fubsy. But Fubsy would use that S just as busy and dictats would. Looks like most of his better plays will be using the S here. He probably doesn't want to use it, but I think he might have to. Is there anything? I don't see a double-double. Looks like he might play through the L. Bluey would leave SEA. That's a nice leave, especially with tiles like the T and dialist as a floater. Okay, Bluey comes down. Bluey, I believe, takes an S, which is nice. Angenos for Mr. Walton, as loanings got blocked. He finds it with no problem. It'll put him up 6. We see that Mack has a good start to his rack. He hasn't picked up his next 3 tiles. He can hook Bluey with his S. Those are promising. The V, not so much. What no loanings? Yeah, that is clever. What no loan is an anagram of Noah Walton, and it is his online handle. And so he had the chance to play loanings, but it didn't fit. So what no loanings? Very nice wordplay from another player who puts an anagram of his name as his online handle. Jello Mochas, welcome to the chat. So Mack's rack was looking very promising as he turned over his tiles until that V showed up. If he had a better last tile, he'd probably be looking to bingo. Instead, he's going to try and score. Yeah, I also have put an anagram of my name as my handle, G Placard. So Mack has two words set up on his rack. He has Tav and he also has Seam. Tav is a Hebrew letter. When we look over to Noah's rack, we see the blank has appeared. So he'll definitely be looking to find a bingo that will play. I haven't seen one yet, but let's keep the action here over at Mack. So again, you're going to scan the board for good spots. Down from the N in Angenos, can he reach the triple? I don't think so. Does he want to burn the S here? I don't think so. He's going to want to get rid of at least one of the V or the M, if not both. He's going to want to get rid of one of the duplicate E's. So he seems to be holding the V and the E in his hand. He might be playing really short here. Perhaps just bet and F. That would leave Steam as a leave, setting him up to bingo a very high percentage of the time on the next turn. Corotate for Noah, perhaps, could come down. He'll be looking for a bingo that'll score more than that. Okay, he plays bet and FE instead of and EF. Tattooer, yeah, that is a word I feel like I miss a lot. But it does what my find of corotate doesn't, which is reach that triple. Doing a quick search here, the only other 8 through the T is amaretto, which I think of as alcohol, but it's defined as Cupid. Perhaps amaretto, the alcohol is spelled with the A, okay. So he finds tattooer, as our friend Mr. Mocha's found. And just like that, Noah has climbed out of his early deficit and taken a lead of about the value of the bingo. Yeah, you always have to wonder, is tattooer good? I think so, and in this case it is, so it will be accepted. There is a 7-letter word here. It's not a common word, but that shouldn't be a problem for Mack. I think he's already seen it. My guess is he's looking if there's a better one. I'll leave a bit of time for our experts to try and find the 7-letter word. Quackle's saying it's the only bingo and it only plays in one spot. So Mack will have to both see the word and know that Bluey does take an S. Often words that end in Y wouldn't take the S because it could mean like blue-like as an adjective, and in that case it would not take an S, but it means, well, let's find out what it means. A bundle of personal effects. It also means somewhat blue, but the reason it takes the S is for that other definition I just mentioned. There is the obscure word of Matepas, which I don't know what it means. It's a chemistry word, okay. Noah seems to have been having nice balanced racks. Has that 4 consonant to 3 vowels that we like. The W we like less. The B is okay, but he'll be just off that bingo, so he'll be looking to score a bit while leaving as balanced, I believe, as he can to bingo hopefully on the next turn. He's now down 8 points, but it is his turn, so we'll think about it as essentially a tied game. Perhaps Noah having that slight lead, especially with this nice balanced rack. Mack did draw the Z though. So is there somewhere to play WAB, for example, W-A-B? That would leave S-I-N-E, which is strong. You could play that WAB in bed. We'll want to look to see if there's anything better. Between the N in Anginos and the M in Metapas, you could put an A or an I. You could look to build in that direction. And then between the G and the E, you could put an A or an E. It would allow them to form a word like WAE, but BINS is a much weaker leave than SAN or SINE if you were to play WOB. SINE would also have some potential towards the R in tattooer from the H in hum down to the S in dialis. This board is open. We'll play WOB there, which will keep lanes open. Baiwa, what would Baiwa mean? So now I've been pronouncing it Z all day. Mack has the chance to form that word Z and make it clear to you Americans that I am speaking English. You could play res to the Z in Z. It would leave CINR, which at least leaves one vowel, although without an E, CINR is not the nicest form of tiles, but you could do a lot worse. Even an A or an O would clean up that group of tiles. You could play Zine or Zine, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, beneath Metapas. Looks like he's thinking about res. That's where I would be thinking. Noah has a pretty ugly looking rack. However, the QI will play for 44 above die list. QI is such an important word, chi, meaning a life force. I don't see Mack playing there because Zinkier is not a word. If Zinkier were a word, that would be the play because it would just score so much more than the other options. Zinkier you can spell with a K though. Or I think a CK. No, you can't spell it with a K. Don't listen to me. Like Kiwa. So Mack has drawn into the R's. Yeah, Zinky is one of those words I feel like should compare. We allow irony here. If iron can be compared in that sense, you would think zinc could be as well. I've learned so many times that it doesn't, and yet for a second I still thought with the K it did. The score now is 289 for Noah to 267 for Mack. That's a nice play from the FE. He plays ferric. I just mentioned the word iron, and right away, ferric, which I believe means related to iron, comes down. We see a bingo on Noah's rack. I wanted to give people a chance in the chat to find it, but Noah is too quick. The cat emojis are coming out, and Noah will extend his lead. 362 for Noah, 289 for Mack. And Mack has no vowels. And Noah has the next blank. So this one is starting to look like it might be over. I don't see any way Mack can get back into this game, although he did come back into one game that we thought he had no chance. Welcome, WTF. As the day gets a bit later and people are crawling out of bed, I think we'll see that viewer count continue to creep upwards. Mack could play Wish, I guess, but that only gets rid of 2 of his consonants. There are 20 unseen tiles to Mack, including a whole whack of O's. Here's what Mack is looking at. It's funny sometimes how certain tiles come out more than others. We saw 2 O's come out in Tattooer, and yet 5 of the 8 still remain. Oh yeah, there was a columns event today for people who enjoy that sort of thing. Who won that one? Is it over? I don't even know who's in the finals, but I think Eldar beat Will yesterday, so. Rospo. I don't know what that means, but yes. Like before X, EX, he could put an H or an R or a D, so he could build that way, but I don't see really what he could form. Okay, Alistair Richards won, and I guess his nickname is Roscoe. It reminds me of those infomercials, Roscoe. Is that right, Roscoe? Now I think I'm just losing my mind. A wind would be a nice idea. No, he's just going to exchange, which makes total sense. I don't see what he could have really done there, but wind, W-I-N-D, forming swab was a really nice idea that the computer found. So welcome people who were watching that Wespo event. Congratulations to Alistair. This is live Scrabble, which is always fun. Now we'll play Jow. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's like Chow, but with a J. Perhaps of Portuguese sort of origin, that word. Try and get a definition in a second in the chat as I do some more bookkeeping here. Bronco, that's right. Thank you, Bonehead. Just set it and forget it. So Mack exchanged, but still isn't going to like his rack without an E to play through for deprived. He is deprived of that ability. Beneath the felines, you can put an R, E-W-E-R, ewer, like a container, a drinking container. You could build that way. But Mack's not going to have any great ways to score there. Oh, he will. Excuse me. PAS takes an E back hook. It's one that doesn't come up too often, but is very important to know. So if he sees ewer and pays, he can build to the right, and then he can score quite a lot of points. His highest scoring play will be redip for 60. Redid would also be fine there. Let me update the score again. 401 to 289, so he is down a lot. Holding on to the P for Prez might be worth it. Okay, dip sounds, so I think the idea behind dip here is first of all he scores, second of all he opens a new lane from the D, because he will need a bingo and he didn't have a bingo lane. Did he see PASE? It's possible. It's possible he still thought this was the better option, but Noah, I assume, is going to play something there and score a lot. PASH is also a word, I believe. Pash. Okay. Pash is a verb. To strike violently, and it takes an A and an M back hook. So he could play rho, R-H-O, one of those letters from another language, I believe Greek. Your Pash and Row would score nicely, so hang on to that blank. Not empty the bag. There's 6 in the bag right now. So maybe he wants to play 5 tiles. With this score, there's not too much to worry about for him. This is the pool he's looking at. Again, Mack needs an E to bingo. People unscramble what Mack could have if there was a free E. I put the alphagram, as we call them, into the chat window. Now it does play my suggestion of row. At this point, it doesn't matter what Mack does. That's why playing something like Reed did the turn before, even though he hadn't yet opened the top with the P, perhaps he could think he would open it later. Still wouldn't have been enough. Noah would have been able to clog things very easily, and he did have that blank. So this is all just about spread, which doesn't really matter in this tournament, which is why we saw Sid Condos come down in the last game. A cheeky little play referencing, I guess, where they're playing the tournament at Chez Sid in his condo in Warrenville, Illinois. Okay, he plays Dev. Looks fine. I don't really feel like using too much brain power here. I think maybe Mack thinks he's not going to bingo, so might as well block Noah from bingoing. Noah would have had a word like Doneagles. So he did block Noah's bingo. So from a spread perspective, that worked out in Mack's favor. There's one tile in the bag, so perhaps Nick, there is no Nick. I don't know why I came up with that. I think that was a combination of Noah and Mack. Perhaps Nick Weller, combination of the two of them. Perhaps Noah can play off one tile to open up a lane, but anything he does like that, Mack will sniff out and block. So it would only work if he had a bingo in 2 spots. So if he were to play an O above Ferric, for example, to open a lane there, it would only work if he could also bingo through the H and hum. So if it were a closer game, he might try and take a lot of time and set something like that up. I don't think I would be spending the brain power here trying to find such a play. It won't be easy to find. There are not a lot of bingos that are going to play with that H in the 4th position. I don't see another way you could open a lane, really. But I think Noah is going to take longer than we want him to here. Which is perfectly fair. It's his clock. I suppose spread could matter if they tie this best of 11, if they were to go 5, 5, and 1. So money is on the line and bragging rights and all that. He can try and think this through. He might just play long, play off 4 or 5 tiles and plan to go out next turn. He could extend Z into gazed, but he probably won't do that because that would give Mack a play from the G. Okay, he'll play Goa. That's going to give Mack some scoring opportunities, so perhaps that's not optimal, but it doesn't matter. Mack can now form a word ending in E-R. No, he's going to play a Noah grew. That's what he should have played, because Noah did get pretty tall. And I think I once saw in a Collins game that Noah is even allowed in that expanded dictionary. Noah is a shark. That seems pretty fitting. If Noah were a shark, people, what type of shark would he be? I think he would be that dancing shark from the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. The one that was dancing offbeat and seemed to be doing his own thing and probably got yelled at after the show. I think Mack will play wager. Nah, okay, nah, leaving or, that's fine. It's probably better than wager. He probably planned out a two play sequence, whereas I was just looking for anything. Well, he doesn't need a two-step sequence because Noah's going out, of course. With phenol, a nice chemistry word. We've seen a bunch of chemistry words today. Oh, Baby Shark, the most popular song on YouTube, I've been told. I won't do my impression of it because nobody wants to hear that shit. Maybe he'd be a San Jose Shark. Not that I could really see Noah playing hockey. So final score, as far as I have it, is 481 for Mr. Walton over Mr. Meller, who finishes with 372. The series is now to 3-2. I don't know if we'll be taking a break anytime soon. I don't know if they just plan to keep playing. Nobody tells me anything. But folks in the chat, why not tell me what you're thinking, how the games are going, what you predict. I think I could actually start a prediction. Josh did make me a moderator of his chat, which gives me those abilities. A loan shark, yeah, I agree with that one. Noah's just rolling in money to be lending to people and preying on them when they don't pay it back. If you don't pay Noah back, you better hide your thumbs because he's coming after you. Thank you for that, K-Man. Welcome. When I hear K-Man, I like to think of Kramer from Seinfeld. Did the K-Man do it? They will once again do their post-mortem, look over the board, talk about all their brilliant plays, including a whole slate of bingos. Dialist, Angenos, Matepos, Felines, Tattooer. Once again, these players show off their word knowledge. I don't think we've had a low-scoring game yet. I'm going to save this one. And then get ready to start a new game here. I hope people are liking the quality of the stream. The camera looks really good to me. The board spinning with the camera is great, so it's always facing upright for us. I know Josh and others put a lot of work into this, and it seems to really be paying off. It's really impressive he's managed to pull off such a nice event in someone else's apartment, traversing across the continent to get to Sid's place and set this up. It does look quite beautiful. I like the Woggle sticker. There are no pianos in Sid's apartment as far as I know, although I think Sid does play, so maybe he does have one, but that's one thing I like about seeing the games at Josh's place, being able to see the pianos. I don't think there's a supplies command, Chris. What are you looking for with that query? Oh, Sid got away with EE. Ouch. It's very rare to see anyone get away with a two-letter word in a Scrabble in a tournament at any level. So it's remarkable that, first of all, Sid played it, and second of all, that Josh didn't notice. Congrats to Josh going up 3-1, taking a nice early lead in that series. Oh, there was things used for the setup. Okay, maybe, was it a different command? Setup, maybe? Supply? Oh. But it is nice that they can do these sort of mobile tournaments. You never know where the next one will be held. Chris, do you have any tournaments coming up? MH, yeah. That happens, Truro, especially with these players who play upside down. I know a couple of people who don't tend to flip the board, so they're always looking at it upside down, and every once in a while they will invert a short word like that. I'm sure people with dyslexia will have a problem with that. PD Piranha, I don't know what that would be. And missing from that list of equipment are those things that say Mack and Noah in marker. Very important, so we know whose clock is whose. Yeah, Chess Bunzo making me laugh. He read EE backwards. It wasn't EE, it was EE. That sounds good to me, Josh. I could use the opportunity to get up and stretch, maybe check out some of those football scores. I'm in 11th of 12th in the Fantasy Football League run by previous commentator Joey Krafchick, so quite clearly I'm doing well. I should be in 12th, but somehow I'm in 11th. I'm in another football pool where we pick against the spread every week, and I'm doing quite poorly in that one too. If I just picked at random, I'd probably be doing better. Somehow I'm getting about 40% of the games right, which is quite terrible. And I'm near the bottom in that one too. So it has not been my year for football. Too much time with Scrabble commentary, I guess. All three players seem to be laughing about something. Too bad it's muted there. Love to hear what they're discussing. They all look surprisingly awake considering how many games they've been playing on such a tight schedule. Mack will shake things up, and we'll see Noah draw first to begin game 6. For those of you who watched Friday night's stream and saw Joey and Kenji co-commentating, how did that go? I didn't get to see any of their games together. It does feel like I'm talking to myself. a lot. It's a touch awkward. Trying to keep things interesting. Exogen is going to come down quite quickly. 44 points to begin. That is nice. Looks like another one of those chemistry words. A biology word, a plant which grows by thickening its outer layer. It's very strange, Joe, but perhaps I should just think about it as talking to my fellow commentator, Jared. You can see my face twice on the screen. So just like EE can be read forward and backwards, I can be talking to myself. And myself can be talking to me. But at least I have you guys in the chat to talk to. And Mack has a blank. And he said unknoble on his rack. Is that valid? Unknoble. Nope. Unless like something like runnable? No, there's no R. So does Mack think unknoble is a word? That could be interesting. Will he play it and would Noah challenge it? Surprisingly, Quackle's not showing any bingos. Something like bun would be fine. Ben, if he wants to go over the X. But you would rather get rid of the U than the E. No double doubles will fit without using the blank, and he's not using the blank unless he's bingoing. Yeah, it could be Collins. I checked on Zizova here, so it's not NWL. That is Collins. It's a perfectly reasonable word. I'd have a hard time challenging it, but when I was just looking at it on his rack, it just looks funny. Sometimes when you've gone over words enough, they just don't look right. And we'll see how confident Mack is if this is a word. And noble is good in NWL. And Noah's smiling. He wants his double double to come down. He has one through the O. So if Mack doesn't bingo, it would be advantageous for him to block that O, even though there's no way for him to know that. So we've mentioned how again, because it's me and I talking, how sometimes you can make the wrong play, but it can work out better. So bun is going to be the right play here, but bun over the EN at the end of Exogen, whereas Ben over the EXO at the start of Exogen would probably work out better. And by probably, it would work out better. Because refronts is going to come down for double double, which will score over 80. 4 plus 7 is 11, times 4 is 44, 94. So, oh, bun with two N's. Okay, LEN blank versus EL blank. I guess both are reasonable. It's very important to know that the word is refronts, not fronters. Fronter is a word, it just doesn't take an S. Too many words. So Mack drew a QU. The more tiles you play, and he did play that extra N, the more likely you are to draw non-bingo tiles. But LEN isn't great, especially on this board. So you can see where he was thinking there. This Y works well to hook bun to bunny. I don't see a bingo yet. If you don't have a bingo, you can also try and get the Q onto the tile, the square beneath bun, 2 to the right, and then to the triple score. So those would be the sort of things you'd be looking at first. Also through the R in refront, or down to, through, or from the E in exogen. Recoil I've never seen. That's Collins. Bunny is fun. You could play Key and Bunny, Quay and Bunny, I guess. Quey. You could play Query. You could play Quay to the RE and refronts. This looks promising for a bingo, so you have to imagine he's going to use a lot of clock. Once again, Noah's used only 30 seconds while Mack's down 6 minutes. You could see something like quote through the T. He's going to want to maximize score. This scores nicely. The one concern you sort of have with it is that he's giving up easy overlaps if Noah has an I to score pretty nicely. If he'd played the same QUEY next to refronts, he doesn't have that same immediate concern. Turns out Noah doesn't have an I, has mainly consonants, and he'll play vetch. Once again, he's wasting no time. It seems to be a bit of a strategy. But what's Mack's 7th tile? Because they're looking bingo-y. Undersoil. As in the opposite of topsoil, I would suppose. This is why it's important to study your nines. Most players don't. There are just too many words 8 letters or shorter. As Noah draws into minor, believe they would play that. Both Mack and Noah have a very strong grasp of the nines, so I'm not surprised to see that come down and that not to be challenged. But it is quite rare to see players who do know the nines that well. This would be a high probability 9 using all those common letters. It would be one of the most probable ones. So even if they hadn't gone far into their study of 9-letter words, it's the 418th most likely 9-letter word to come up based on the tile distribution. Quackle's telling me minor doesn't fit anywhere. So what he might do is what I said earlier, is play something parallel with QI, so parallel to Quay. Mind, MIND, looks pretty reasonable. Leaves ORE. There are RE floaters already on the board, so it's not as ideal, but they still would play nicely. Remind if you wanted to play a bit longer, but I don't think he would. I haven't been updating the scores. Apologies. It's 156 for Noah to 141 for Mack. If you see I've forgotten to update the scores, just post a message in the chat and I'll help you out. Modi. Yeah, that it scores a lot. It leaves ERN, which is nice. It does hang an M in the triple lane. I don't know if he's going to want to go up into that triple lane. But I do like that ERN leaf, so it's definitely something you should consider. You could play denim from that same spot. Okay, thanks, Josh. So I assume the play that was held was under soil. There's that Modi play that Churro suggested. Yeah, it looked promising, Todovsky. Such a great rack, lots of floaters, and yet somehow nothing quite fit. Okay, we go on to Mack. He has one more vowel than he'd like. He could play float through the O in Modi. He could play something like float even down to the RE and refront. One spot to consider, not on this turn, but there's lots of insertion possibilities between vetch and refronts. The V and the R, you could put an A, T and the N. Between those, there's lots of vowels you could put. Any of them, I suppose. Between the C and the T, you could put an A or an O or a U. Between the H and the S, you could put an A, E, or I. So you could see players trying to start later in the game, probably not now, but maybe dropping a couple vowels for some points. I suppose if Mack just wanted to balance out his rack, he might, but not with this specific rack. He'll want to see if he can get anywhere to the triple from that M or to that M. Looking at Noah's rack, he's drawn into a very nice rack with lots of 7-letter words there. I see some 8-letter words that will play. Who can find the 7-letter words in Noah's rack? There are more than one. Or some of the possible 8s he could play. I guess Mack could play caught, has, and oaf. I'm leaving tail, T-A-I-L. That would be a nice leave on this board. Yeah, good job, Chess Bunzo. 3 suggested by Churro. And those are all 3 that would play. All 3 that exist, excuse me. And there's that oaf play. So that spot I was telling you to look at did end up coming into fruition. There's a very high probability 8 through the O. There's one with the R. Let me think what else. The L. There are a few with the L. With the I. Inapter got removed, actually, Bonehead. It was a word, and then now it's not. I don't know why they removed it. Maybe inapt is already. Yeah, so K-Man sees the ones through the R. There are 2 R's he could choose to play that through. Does anyone see the one with the I or the L or the O? There is an S available. I don't see a bingo that with the S in that position. There are a lot of fake words. That's what this high-level Scrabble ultimately becomes about, unfortunately. Paintier, yeah, paint compares. And that's the one he's going to choose. Yeah, he's going to pull that back. I'm surprised he's not looking at pre-train or terrapin, which would seem to give a lot less back and score more. Where he was slotting the E, he could really get hit. It doesn't take an S, which is nice, but he could also play terrapin through the R of refronts, which would look to give the least back. Maybe Paintier is thinking he's closing some of those OIL floaters, but the board's quite open at this point. He's not going to be able to close it all. I think he should look more for points here. He does have a lead already. I'll update the score again. 198 to 164 in Noah's favor. Okay, he'll play Paintier there, which is also dangerous and scores less. I'm not understanding that play by Noah. He's such a good anagrammer. The word was atropine churro, which is, I think, a medicine maybe? Put a few more of these into the chat for you guys. So looks like a slight miss to me by Noah. Perhaps he had his reasons. Maybe he just didn't see Terrapin. That would be the one that I would think would seem to be the best play. Yeah, it did work out. He blocked sibilant, which is like something to do with grammar, I think. So it takes an S for sure. I know that. A hissing sound. Yeah, I knew it was something to do with words. I think there's a different definition in Zizova. Let me see. A speech sound. Yeah, something about the word speech stuck out in my mind. Blocking that bingo is important, and it's just a bit fluky, I would say. I was mentioning how you can make what appears to be the wrong decision and yet have the right outcome. Unstable is not going to fit the E in refronts. So Mack could burn his ass and play slab beneath Paintier and score a lot. I think the cam's okay, Josh. He's going to play nib. Okay, that's clever. So he's setting up his S. It's definitely telegraphing to Noah that he has the S, but that's okay. Will Noah be able to block? With his rack, I don't think so. He'll try and play something before or through any of those words, letters in vetch. It's a touch crooked, but at least we can see all the squares on the board. Noah realizes there's no way to block. He doesn't exchange. He's going to take some points and be like, you can bingo, but I'll remain with the lead. The problem is Noah's left 4 vowels. So even though he's now gone up over 100, he's now going to get hit with a big bingo of Leatris. Another high probability, but not common word. Flower. Noah did well to draw 3 consonants to go with his 4 vowel leave. Unfortunately, they're not particularly nice consonants. Noah is now only up 11. So his longtime lead in this game has been evaporated. Something like Vita is an option, VITA, forming AR. It does open things up a lot, which might not be what he wants to do, although he knows that Mack just drew 7 tiles, so doesn't necessarily have a balanced rack. When we look at Mack's rack. It is pretty nice. CK goes together nicely. CL, LY, a lot of synergy in those tiles. There's that play of Vita that I thought might come down. So I was mentioning how CK goes nicely together. Well, they would fit after the I in Vita. Slick, for example, if there's a way to do that without earning the S, he would prefer it. Crikey is not good without the E, so he can't play that. Larry, L-A-I-R-Y, keeping S-C-K. Look at that. Noah's drawn the other blank. Is Noah giving us any sort of a tell after he hits the blanks? Does his demeanor change? Something I like to look at while watching these streams. I think you get a nice understanding of how people react to certain situations. Oh, Valkyr, that's clever. Did not see that. I always think of Valkyrie, where they tried to kill Hitler. And it does have a Norse root, a maiden. Oh, it does have that blank. He'll want a bingo. I don't see it yet. I'm going to peek at Quackle. Have you guys found anything? I bet you have not, because Quackle hasn't, and the computer program would find any valid bingos. So without that, I'll want to get rid of one of the duplicate A's. He does that. Opa scores, clogs things a touch. He'll want to keep things open enough that he'll have a lane to bingo, and there are a lot of lanes on this board. Although most of them are through that long word of undersoil or down from QI. Mack has drawn into consonants, and Noah has drawn into vowels. So once again, we see the vowels going one way while the consonants go the other. Shay is a common word to score a lot, C-H-E-Z, like at the house of, Shay Sid, at Sid's place. But I don't see a spot for it necessarily. Okay, geez, that looks good. With the blank on the board as the E, it's always a bit harder to see plays. That was the highest scoring play available. And look at that. Quackle had Noah's rack right, just automatically. Saves me a bit of bookkeeping. Aureate is a word, A-U-R-E-A-T-E, but I don't see a spot for it. He's going to want to make sure that he being Noah, that this board doesn't get closed on him. Yeah, date or data. Date is better because of the duplicates. It will allow, it'll make sure that there is that lane on the right side of the board to play down or from the S in undersoil. So I was looking at that. The problem is it does leave a lot of vowels still. Mack, for about the third time in the last 2 games, would have a bingo if there was a floating E in the right position. Let's see if people in the chat can unscramble this. I bet you can. Vita does take an L for vital, so that is a lane that we can't ignore. Not that I think it's going to come into play right now, but let's keep that in mind. Noah, unfortunately, has drawn quite poorly. That's what can happen when you leave all those vowels. Matt cashes in on the big S spot that had been sitting there for quite some time. Another strange word. Former coin. And now Noah's in a touch of trouble. He had that blank that was looking like it would be his key to victory, but he hasn't been able to get a bingo down, and now he has a terrible letter combination to go with it. You can't form words with O, E, E, U, A, W. They just don't exist. So he's going to have to try and play off a few. There are 5 in the bag. This becomes when it's very important to track properly. I'm going to put the tile pool into the comments for everyone's viewing. So he's looking at a pretty workable rack from Mack's perspective. I'm not quite sure what I would be doing here. Like, he's going to want to get rid of a few vowels. He's looking that there's still a lot of vowels in the pool. 1A, 3 E's, an I, and an O. So that's 5 out of 12. So even when he plays vowels, he's likely to pick up more of them. And then he also still has to get rid of that W if he wants to bingo. Not necessarily, but it's not a great bingo tile. AWE next to Vita. Yeah, that is definitely the first sort of play that would come to mind. Is there somewhere to play the French word for water? Oh, EAU, because that would get rid of 3 vowels without spending a consonant, even if the W is a poor consonant. The problem with AWE, as much as I like the idea, is it leaves OEU blank. So he's already leaving 3 vowels. And with 5 out of 12 vowels to come, if he draws 2, he's done. If he draws 1, it's possible. So it's definitely an idea, and it's the first thing that came to my mind too, and I haven't seen anything better yet, but it's not looking good. Beneath the Z, he could put an A and go across that way. It scores a bit more. I do have the score updated. So he's down 47. He'll score a bit here to cut into the lead. He knows Mack might put up another 20 or 30, so he needs to score a bit so that if he can bingo next turn, it'll be enough. And then he has to hope that Mack gets caught with a bit of an ugly rack. But with that nice vowel to consonant ratio remaining, it's unlikely Mack is going to get into too much trouble, which really puts Noah behind the 8 ball here. Okay, so he plays owie, very clever, because I had mentioned earlier in the stream how many front hooks owie takes. The D, the T, the S, the Z, the Y, not the S. I don't know why I said the S. Do we have a hooks command? I forget if I already tried this. No. So I did say them all though, Dowie, Towie, Yowie, and Zowie. Mack has the D. Noah drew the J, which is not going to help him bingo, but it might help him score. I haven't taken the chance to look around the board yet for that. I'm at the moment entering Mack's rack. I'm going to update the score for you late in the game. the score becomes ever important. One more thing that would help everyone is knowing that there are only 2 in the bag. So these are the 9 possible tiles that Mack is looking at. That question mark indicates a blank. So in the bag would be a W and an I. So Mack can play 1 so that if Noah bingos, Mack can still be able to play. Or he can empty the bag and go look at this tile pool. There's 0 chance he can bingo. He doesn't have to be afraid of. I think there is a hook command, Todovsky. I just think it might not be set up to Josh's channel at the moment. Sometimes it has to be added in. Or maybe I just entered it wrong, because it's a different check bot than normal, the Godel Escher bot, whereas normally I think it's the Thank You Kitty bot, I think. But as I was saying, so he wants to look out for any big play that could hurt him. So he knows that looking at that tile pool that there's no way Noah's going to bingo, but is there a spot where he could put that J using his blank maybe to maybe score high? And that would be what Mack has to consider now. When you're ahead in this position, you're looking for ways you could lose and then trying to stop those ways of coming up. He knows he can score, but he just wants to make sure he's not overlooking anything. And then the other consideration is, after he plays now, will he draw a tile that he can get stuck with? Like if there was a Q in the bag, that would be a big consideration. But with this tile pool, he'll be fine. And with this board, there's plenty of places to tack on letters. You can play Edge and Dowie. Yeah, and that is what he'll play. He's able to empty the bag by correctly identifying that there are no threats available to him. And WI will form the word while. I don't know if I'll have a spot for it, but it shows you how well his tiles are working together. He looks relieved, even though he should have known playing Edge, he had already guaranteed himself the win. Now Noah is going to take his time just to make sure he's not overlooking some crazy J play that exists. He really should take his time here, even though, let me just check Wackle. Yeah, there's nothing that scores over 35, so there's nothing you can do to win, but you still have to do your due diligence. Make sure there's no crazy word that somehow fits. The highest scoring play is acajou, another nice French sounding word. Oh, it's the cashew tree. I think Bonehead taught me that. Are you still in the chat, Bonehead? You told me what it meant. You could play judoka, a practitioner of judo, through the D. Ajuga is available, a very common Scrabble word because it hooks to juga, jug to juga to ajuga. So when these words have hooks like that, oh, nice that you're still here. They come up a lot more often than the ones without those hooks. And glad everyone's still with us. We're over 20 viewers now, which we weren't earlier in the morning. I'm sure Kenji and Joey scared you all away the last 2 days, and I'm trying to bring you all back. Who is Wanderer 15 and where is he? He really brings in the audiences when he dares to slum it in NWL. But thank you, Chess Bonzo. I'm trying. I'm very new to commentating. I did one tournament a month or two ago, 2 different days. like I said, it's a bit hard to talk to yourself, but as I've been waking up, as the day's been going on, I've been trying to get a bit more fluid, stumbling over my own words a bit less often. Mack is taking the time to laugh now. He feels a sigh of relief. He hadn't seen any dangers, and now that Noah hasn't found anything, he feels even more comfortable. That AAEOJU combination is just so ugly, you can't form words with that. Chess Bunzo, what is your rating, and what chess site do you play on? And do you stream? I like to watch chess streamers. I've learned quite a lot, especially through some of the people who show up in Josh's channel, like I'm Rosen or CL Smith, 95 Horatio. I know the World Chess Championships have been on these past week or two. Wow, over the board at 1600. That's a legit player. I was mentioning earlier how I went over 1700 on Lichess and I was feeling pretty psyched. When I started in December, I was about 1100 on Lichess. Josh is closing in on the big series win. Sid is not capitalizing on that home condo advantage. Maybe it's a bigger deal in sports than it is in Scrabble. I think the problem is they don't have a cheering section. Maybe we should be filtering in some crowd noise so that everyone can hear all the clapping after a big play or the booing or hissing. Yeah, but maybe 1100 was the lowest I got. Maybe I was more like 1300 to start would be a fair. Yeah, within 5 days, it is December. So it's been a year. It took me a year. If any of you ever want to trade Scrabble lessons for chess lessons, you can send me a message here on Twitch. Thank you, Chess Bunzo. I played way too many games, and the COVID break helped it. I played a lot less now that things have opened up and I have much more of a life. I really love chess. I don't have the same potential I do in Scrabble. I'll never get to the same sort of level, but I really enjoy it. Noah played Hugh, and then, sorry, Mack played Hugh, and Noah drops the E to end this game. So it is 466 for Mack to 428 for Noah, and Mack will take a 4-2 lead in this best of 11 series. I think I played over 2,000 games of chess this year, so as if I didn't play enough Scrabble, all of a sudden I got addicted to chess. So I blame all of you streamers for that recent addiction. Is he looking at, there we go. I believe we are now taking a break. Everybody can have some lunch, stretch. Try not to go too far. I'm assuming Josh will, yeah, Charlie, you will get hooked. It is so addicting. Every game feels so similar and yet so different. And then you think you're making progress, and every time I go to the evaluation, every move I'm getting wrong. I think I should be moving the bishop, and it wants me to move a pawn. And then I'm constantly just losing. But I remember I also play against my phone on the chess.com app. And I used to be playing against the 1400 bot, and now I'm playing against the 1600 bot. So I'm hoping soon to be going against the 1700 bot. Josh is only rated about 1300 online on Lichess, and yet he beat me in person. He's much better than he thinks. He's way better than me at puzzles. And unlike me, who's more of a speed player at heart, Josh is a very methodical sort of thinker. And I think his brain is perfectly tailored to chess. And yeah, you fixed the board perfectly, Josh. So I'm just going to find out how long we're on break, and then I'm going to step away. I hope everyone will stick around or pop back in later. 95 Horatio, I see you have a snowflake next to your name. It says you gave charity in 2018, so that's pretty cool. Also, when I've watched your stream, you look like a celebrity and I can't figure out who, so if I ever figure out who, I will let you know. Maybe people always tell you who you look like. "75 minutes. Oh, great. I can even go for a walk." Okay. Back soon, people. Enjoy.